Bonjour. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all back. Are you enjoying your breakfast? Huh? You don't sound like it. Are you enjoying your breakfast? Yeah? I want you all at this time now to take a big spoonful of food, forkful of food, and I want you guys to say good morning to me. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome everybody back. Today, as we started off, we're going to start the day with song, with our drum, Ajabik Nagaj Mojik, a local drum from the area here to share their beautiful song with us. You know, this song, the drum in itself, it's a connection to Creator. That song will carry, it'll touch each and every one of us. So before we start, I'd like to introduce myself if you're just joined us here today. My name is Gary Smith. My traditional name, Pitashe Nene, Manitobanas, Ogichitas. Baju Nadotem Nagachunan Donje, Nepajgo Mateo. I'm very honored to be asked to be a helper here. They call me a master of ceremonies, but I'm not a master of anything. I'm here to help you guys and help facilitate the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll turn it over to our drum here to honor us with a beautiful welcoming song. Aho, boys. Kinoga. You can sing and then talk. Chimigwet singers, thank you very much. We're going to ask everybody to have a seat. As we're going to turn things over to one of our knowledge keepers here, our local knowledge keepers, Daniel Secord, to do our welcoming prayer to start us off in that good way. So, ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Secord.
Bonjour, minu kajeba minu gijgat kinwea. Kiranukum minwa. So welcome again, everybody. Good morning. I'd like to say thank you to everyone again, and hope you're having a good morning and a good day. I'd like to say thank you again. I'm not an elder. Some people are saying I'm an elder. I'm not an elder, so no disrespect to any of our elders, knowledge keepers, and things like that. So I just want to say that. Sinanene and Dishnakas, Makwandodim, Missagandao, Pashinigating Ashka singing Ziving in Dunshaba. We're still praying with the tobacco that's being offered to us to say some words for the day and to direct our thoughts and prayers. I'm very nervous usually. I have trouble speaking, but so if you bear with me, I appreciate it. So, so I'm still learning a little bit of language, so I do the best I can speaking the language and in that way. So, be good. But so like the elders say to each of us that I'm a keeper of the language, as you may be as well. Even though if it's a few words, some of the language, you're still a keeper of the language to use it, to share it, and to help it to grow again with our little ones and in our community. So, miigwach, Simon Bagna Gishmantu. Kidwanan Miwane me one and Bogdana away ne. Chimgachul Gimijan Gajamin going, Minwa. Chimgachul Gimijan Jesus Gigisgat, Jesus Giben Abit. Chimgach Gajamanado, Chimigwech Chigo, Giabe, Wabatag Minuan, Waban Dazyoung, Chimigwech Chigo, Giabe, and Waban Young Dizajik, and Wabachik. Chimgach Gajamanado, Gimijan Manda. Gajamin going. Seven Bagana Manantuok, Giwednang, Jawanang, Epingishmok, Wabanang, Ishpaming, Minwamushkoki, Kwe Manantuok, Chimigwich. Seven Bagana Minwa, with Gidash Kituna. We not moat ge away when mob maba bimot district nongom gijagat chimigwich we sneak seven bogdana onege walk minwa Giuse walk, Bonema, Mishpil Yad Wisanyang, Wanga Gange Gagi, Zozet, Nishnaba, Nishnabo Zet, Chimigwich, Wisnik, Mioma, or Manda, Nitam Zokpo. So to say thank you to the Creator and also say thank you for things that have been given already to us and also to say thank you for the things to come and also the children and the generations that come in the future. We also think ahead too and to say thank you for the ones that are going to come and the things that are going to come in the future. We also say thank you to those things because we had our first snow this week, so it didn't stay, but we talked about climate change, weather change. We had our first snow for the winter. It came, but it didn't stay. So, but we offer our tobacco too, and we think of the animals. So, at this time for the beginning of the seasons, they're very important to us. So, the change of the seasons. We have to usually give our thanks for those animals because we have to go get them for, not just for food, but for clothing, for the changes of the seasons. So our connection to them. So we say thank you to the different things that we think about at this time. So miigwech, thank you very much. And we'd like to sing one song for the opening again for their day. Miigwech.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we do a very special part of ceremony in our culture. You know, it helps us retain balance. You know, we have our men and our women. They've asked one of our elders from back home in the Treaty 3 area to come and help us with this day, to begin this day. You know, one of our elders from back home, one of my teachers, one of my role models, two of my role models, You know, if I do anything wrong, it's because of them. If I'm corrected, it's because of them. You know, they show us the way. Today, we've asked Sherry to share that song with us, to acknowledge the water, the life. We are water. You know, we talk about green energy. This is part of ceremony because water is sacred. Our men and our women, I invite them to come on over and pray in your own special way to acknowledge creation, to acknowledge that water. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sherry Kopnas from Treaty 3 and Roy Tom from Big Grassy First Nation.
Aha, and then I'm going to tag Nijo Sek Sagamakwe was a Asamuk Digo, a tick do tem, a nigamin get the big ego, Neo Metel, Habatingichi Vemetel, Oeganin, Chaba Shagana Shimwan, Chaba Nagamwan, Queganin Ega, Gishiminigo is Yan Guy Noyan, Chawabachetoan, Ganashna, Miganin, yeah, Kapi aniguan genin kinama guan genin in ke chestigan und jetgo nge chinonduyat nge hat sokanak o etshnin gagi gochmi guan nungum ma o sama gabgose ma nungum genin chuich et o nungum genin o gagi jabgose mi guan o chigagi staman o nibe o ge bangi mangaton o nibe happy chickchin and agot west go game squaw big ma the we magat kanish na mi ma heje which it yog o nungum geni nungum ga witishin the man hapiche ni bio ayawan kagi kwenan o tish chba te bachman kwa o gagagi zama o kikitiziminan o kewin habit haja kitibachmo o gigagi stagozet o kinegego Kaya magakabamat zimagak oege nagamoy ninyo oege te wegan kagi machi muat na nish nagamonan migo chapchin dinag wesgo gewin wa manishna beg otakimia migo chkenge dinag bebe kage ninchin ni meat nogum gagi shikak oege gaza ga wichi go and namagan bebe kage ninchin ni met gewin tanit bachma gewin je wichi yange to go nibe. Mitashia genin hapchini bio yawan, oekagi quenan, mitashia hapchigenin migwech dicket away nibe. He mini going away bematizin, oesagoga, oegion datizin, ma. Each care, oebejig, nijashegi ketoban, oegan just to go to the batch moingin niza and agok away nibe. Oe Chickchamanach at doing, oege, being dark or doing, or say much about Bemishkaing, or so go gang what you get the much shaying, Kanashnam is there, Yamagat, or Nibe. What this Pungi Koe Ganijag Tam Gainin, or Gaginoa, Gagotchimin, Nim Gaginoa, or Ganishna, and so baby Goigama, Gaginoa, Gagikshkam, or Nibe, Gaginoa. Magatayam, Oegaja and the bee, kind of big cake away nibe. Oetish Pama oeting and the Jagana Shimtan, Oeganin, Oebejig Nagamun, Gamachi an, Ganingagi, Shikagochimigoan Nungum, Oe Wabano Quasian Kaza, Wabajashi to Taman, Win Ea Nagaman, Nizea non dagot, Oe. Nagamun mitashia nungum gemachi man bamatish ganijagana shimtan nungum gain wean kahiktoan. Nebe kizagego kimigwe jiweneme 기샤웬님이고 네배 기사게고 기미괴 주웬님이고 기샤웬님이고 네배 기사게고 기미괴 주웬님이고 기샤웬님이고 네배 기사게고 기미괴 주웬님이고 기샤웬님이고 사그마와바 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 Just a little bit in English about what you've just partaked in and participated in. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge my three Anishinaabe names. Nijosek is my birth name. Received a second name when I was 27, Sagamaqwe. I call that my healing name. And then when I made a commitment to that good and kind-hearted lodge, the Medewan Lodge, I received a third name there, and that's Wasiasamok. I belong to the Elk Clan. I come from Ojibways of Onigiming, which is on the east side of Lake of the Woods. And I just want to express my gratitude for this tobacco that was passed to me, to come and share a little bit and share songs about water and teachings about water. And but before I start that, I want to acknowledge our knowledge keeper here, Mr. Secord here, for being with us for the past few days and always showing the gifts that he has with us, and the drum there and the songs that were rendered for all of us, and the chief and the people of this part of the land that we currently are privileged to be at with this ice gathering. I want to really acknowledge, and the spirits of this land and the water that were close by here. There's many, many spirits, good spirits, that look after that water. And there's so many teachings to share about water, but one thing I'm going to say to you is that hold that water in high regard. Just like us, that water has a spirit, that water has emotions, that water has mind, and that water has a body, has physicality, just like us. So that's why we say water is our relative. It's not a resource. She's our relative. So always remember that. And I've always had a relationship with water, just like each and every one of you. That's not unique to me, all of you. Even when I came from that spirit realm, up in that sky, that star world, I already had a relationship with water, already. And then I was born and grew in that water for 9 moons before I came here physically to this earth. So I've always had a relationship with water. That's what gave me life, and that's what sustains my life. And there's many, many teachings that she can share. And the earth, our mother, just like She gives and sustains our life as well. And there's 4 primary things that she gives to us. It's kinamage windows, education, that teaching, her food, her medicines, and her water. She shares that freely with all of us, each and every one of us. And even as a child, as I grew up in my community, because we didn't have running water, I didn't have the privilege of turning on that tap until I was 15, 16 years old. So as a child, I went with my mother, my sister, and I to go gather water from that lake when we could drink from it. With any season, in the winter time, we cut a hole in that ice to bring to our home so that we can cook, clean, make medicine, whatever we needed for that water, because we use that each and every day. So that made me really appreciate water, really give gratitude to that water. But now I can turn on that tap, but I still have a relationship with that water, just like each and every one of you. And for us as women, we have a unique and special relationship with water, because we have that ability to bring life onto this earth if we choose to do so. So we're the caretakers of that water, we're the life givers, but our men and those who identify in many ways, they help us too. We don't do the work by ourselves in isolation of ourselves. We need all of you to help us lead, but we lead that work. So that's as much as I can share. There's so many teachings, and I'm so grateful for all of those grandmothers that I've met in my lifetime. And I also, all of those grandfathers, because they carry their grandmother's teachings as well. And there was one particular knowledge holder who shared with me long time ago. He said, water was here before anything. And in my young mind, I thought, how could that be? And then I thought about our creation teaching, about how in that 3rd level, there's a most beautiful lake in that 3rd level of the sky realm. And there's a grandmother that sits there and takes care of that water. And if you've ever seen the most beautiful lake on this earth, it would be even more beautiful, even more sacred. So that's when I came to understand how water was here before us. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I also heard from our grandmothers that all women have a water song, all women. And I've been fortunate to hear some women render their grandmother's song, their great-great-great-great-grandmother's song, just much like how you heard these songs today. And then I often think, once women remember their songs, just how much more energy and power we will have as a people. And I don't mean just me, I mean all nations, everyone, because that's how we are as Anishinaabe people. We're very inclusive, we don't exclude anybody or anyone. It's about everything and everyone. And the song that I rendered, it belongs to Wabanokwe, her colonial name, just like my colonial name is Sherry Kupanes. Her name is Doreen Day. She's a Medekwe. She has her own story about how that song came to be. And it was used, you probably heard it in many water walks, many water ceremonies. And just want to acknowledge her, and she comes from the Muskrat clan. Martin clan, and she currently resides in USA. So that's a song she shares freely, but what she does say is when that song was gifted to her and her grandson, that the water just wanted to hear the voice of woman. But men can sing it too, but she said just, you don't need no drum or a shaker. That water spirit and spirits want to hear a woman's voice. So want to give her that gratitude for sharing that song with us. And remember and continue to search for your song. Remember your relationship with water and do something for water. whether it's spiritually, emotionally, mentally, or physically. However you do it, it's all good. It's all good. And sing for that water. So Kchimiigwech for allowing me to come and share a little bit here. And just like all of the speakers have said here, I do this for my grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and those yet to come. And for me, I give gratitude that my grandson is able to be here with me, sitting right there. Not the Megigit, and he comes from the Bear Clan. So I'm just so grateful because that's our teaching. We need to bring our youth wherever we go so they can carry on our life and our teachings. So, Kchimiigwech.
Bonjour. Je vois ce que cause ma condutem je sais bien si bien donji et est-ce que nicht nächste Beijing de Sabune mi mit jindan NIB achna main et est on jit jindan NIB ingi janaban mauga mi Maingija in Standing Rock in 2016, mitishia nibe kai kagan kinawe gagan damat ma chibijat mukman king chibichtat yeah chibichtat in nibe chibichtat yeah main akate kine bigijin kate kijin Kaiat magari watuat ye miega watishin the man chinette go itishke kinawe we tigari pijat kinawe ki pijagite wasa ogam king gi pijagite ma ki beach tat gandam indage we na ma nibe in stam genin gavan the man ya kinon the man Miga inanda banna gataga di na banin kamigak mi teshke kitgushnan gik kenda nitiwa yan kibe mi teshgi kanona ni chiagan mi mawa yan zan ma nibe zan chinan dagat nibe bimati zwin mi ekchinan da zange ma we ni be maga magak mi go timizani zseg konja yang ke bakatang gagishin kate ga yang ni sage gan mi teshite mi ma kayat mi ma kenanja yang kinend min ma kena zan mi ni be ki chigonan mi I just wanted to speak a little bit of English if I can. I'm a residential school survivor, 60 scoop survivor. I mean, those kind of things, and everybody knows about those stories, and I just wanted to share that. Also, the water. I went to Standing Rock in 2016. It was from August 2016 to February 2017. That's how long they called us water protesters, but we called ourselves water protectors. That's the main thing, and that's the difference. But when I first heard about it, I thought I better go check it out. So I did. When I didn't even set up my tent yet, but I called my wife that I'm going to be there a while. And I was there for 4.5 months. In Standing Rock, North Dakota, Sioux Country. Mitashiyed was every race was represented at that water protectors camp. So I guess it's calling everybody, the water was calling everybody to go there. Even we had people from New Zealand, Australia, South America, probably all over the world came to Standing Rock. When I first, after I thought about it, I thought I was in control of why I went there. Gawin. It was water. It was the water talking to everybody. Come on, guys, let's go to Standing Rock. Let's help stop this DAPL thing from harming our water. Yeah, it was kind of so there was that sign here that says clean energy. I think it's everybody's starting to see what we need to do. Not just First Nations, we need all 4 races to work together so we can survive longer. Otherwise, if we don't help the water, nobody will survive. I just wanted to share that feeling that water, nibib matizin, water is life. Yeah, good. Yeah. So we got to take care of the water. Everybody needs to step up and do their part. Just don't stand back and let that water get sick. Otherwise, we won't survive. And where I'm from, it's Lake of the Woods. It's called Kebakatangag. It's a sand dune out in the lake. So that's a sacred area. Yeah, everybody has sacred areas in their own territory. I forgot to mention, I wanted to thank the drum, the gun, singers. I magi bagit ni going, much and much being aware, Gamai, my Skananing magi by yang temia, my ake, aha, me got.
Right on. What a beautiful way to start our day, with prayer, with song, and acknowledgement of water, because like they both said, water is life. We come from water. Today, the work that you guys do also protects the water, protects the land, protects the environment. For our future generations, when they talk about our children, being in the womb, awesome. We are all connected, and this water, we all need it, as Roy said. So, one more time, let's give our elders a big round of applause. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Chief Claire Salt to come on over to say our opening remarks here. Mississauga of Credit First Nation. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. She's also a very good singer. She sings just like Shania Twain.
Miigwech, Gary, I wish. Miigwech to our elders, thank you for that wonderful teaching this morning. And miigwech to Knowledge Keeper Dan Secord and the drum. I love the drum. It's like, to me, it's like saying, good morning, Creator. Thank you for another day. Ani Buju Magisikwe Indigenous, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation Dunjaba, Magisi Dodum, Mississauga Indial. Good morning, I'm the Ogama Kwe, Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I'm delighted to join you today again for the final day of the annual ICE conference. 2 days ago, I was invited to an announcement by the Minister of Energy and Electrification, Stephen Lecce. When ministers reach out directly, you know it's about your area. You know it's something that's going to affect your community. As Ontario's largest power producer, OPG owns generating stations and properties across the province. 3 of these sites, Lambton, Nanakoke,
and Wesleyville are already zoned for electricity generation, have proximity to critical transmission, and are located in southern Ontario, regions where significant growth is occurring. The Ontario government has asked OPG to explore the potential of locating new power generation facilities at these sites. This is a remarkable development with the potential to positively impact our communities. As we prepare for the largest expansion of electricity generation in over 30 years, the Government of Ontario is seizing an important opportunity for economic reconciliation among First Nation communities and workers. This initiative has strong support from Minister Greg Rickford, Minister of Indigenous Affairs and First Nations Economic Development, who stated, and I quote, "By working together with Ontario Power Generation, we are ensuring that First Nation communities are active participants in shaping a prosperous, sustainable energy future," unquote. Leaders have to balance the need for environmental protection against the very real need for economic opportunities. The discussion and follow-up will be pivotal if we are true to the evolving dynamics of becoming ambassadors of true economic reconciliation. In keeping with First Nation customs and traditions, I wish to acknowledge all Indigenous peoples who, over time, have shared their traditional territory with peoples of Canada. The lands that we walk on today in southern Ontario were pristine gathering places where trade, commerce, and social interaction took place. Toronto, now Canada's economic heartland under Treaty 13, signed by my ancestors in the British Crown in 1805, and in keeping with our ancestral teachings, we've welcomed and we continue to welcome all nations into our traditional treaty lands. Today, Mississaugas of the Credit have full intentions to help drive growth, create opportunities, and participate in shaping Toronto's future. In the early days of contact, the colonial settlers saw the value of our traditional territories and the access it had to the Great Lakes. The settlers, through their colonial ways, entered into treaty covenant with the Mississauga peoples, who agreed to a request by the settlers for some land as permanent settlement. At the time, there was a clear understanding of our people that the Creator placed us here as stewards of the land, the waters, and the environment. Everything on the land, in the air, and in the water was for collective human sustenance, not ownership. Caring and sharing was the emphasis. There is a saying among our elders that we do not inherit or own the land, we simply borrow it for a time from our children and our grandchildren. The continent that my people called Turtle Island was well occupied and traveled for at least 15,000 years and was home to over 500 separate nations speaking diverse languages, practicing different traditions, and representing many unique cultures. The Indigenous peoples who populated the vast forest and lake regions of Ontario lived in tranquility and harmony with the land. Our forests were home to a multitude of animal life and fowl of the air. The forest gave shelter, sustenance, and life. Our lakes teemed with all manner of marine species amidst all this abundance in what is now called Ontario. The First Nations lived in a condition of security and well-being that was the envy of the Europeans who first made contact with our people. When reports of the New World began to filter back to Europe, academics of the day were astounded to hear that people live in North America in harmony with the earth and at peace with their neighbors. It seemed impossible to a 15th century European that whole nations could exist with complicated social structures without the so-called essentials of civilization. Here on Turtle Island were socially sophisticated people engaged in trade, commerce, and good governance without a written language, without books and libraries, without schools and universities, without civil and religious institutions, without kings, armies, police forces, magistrates, judges, or prisons, without coins, currency, or banks, without concepts of deeded land ownership, without factories, guilds, and poorhouses. Yet, these First Nations maintained orderly social structures, interacted and traded with their neighbors, raised their young, honored their old, in short, clothed, fed, sheltered, and doctored themselves, without taxes or organized enforcement agencies to ensure adherence to the rules. Today, we're living in a time where the governments of Canada, Ontario, and municipalities are beginning to collaborate with First Nations to develop a plan for long-term sustainable solutions. Those of you who are honestly and seriously seeking ways to be ambassadors of economic reconciliation will no doubt be a part of these present-day collaborations and creating partnerships. The time is ripe to seek the wisdom of Indigenous people who have maintained an abiding, sustainable relationship with the land, hearkening back to the proverb that we do not inherit or own the land, but rather borrow its use from our children and our grandchildren. I would like you to consider why a simple collaboration between First Nation peoples and the dominant society is so hard to achieve. Indigenous peoples see themselves from within existence. They do not gaze down upon it from above. This changes radically how things are conceived and therefore how things could be done. We are now in the 24th year of a new century, and I hope that all people living in North America will begin to discover that the dominant society and Indigenous peoples view the world through two completely different lenses. The dominant culture continues to assume their lens is superior to Indigenous worldview and believe that Indigenous people, through education and economic development, will want to adapt to Western ways. The truth is, the Native community sees the world through a different lens and is not necessarily scrambling to embrace Western philosophies. There is no doubt that we're happy to borrow all the technologies that are available, but we want to use them through a traditional lens. We don't want to negotiate based on selfishness. We want to frame the future and build institutions that harness people's natural longing to do good. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? I can say unequivocally, yes. If our spiritual, scientific, legal, political, and corporate leadership are sincere, today is perfectly positioned to support further reconciliation. By integrating an Indigenous lens into the business growth, partnerships, and creative financing that will improve socioeconomic outcomes for First Nation communities and the dominant society, because we are all treaty people. Our elders remind us of that. As a matter of fact, the courts have recently stated that First Nations are Canada's constitutional partner. Third parties do not share this relationship. Today, I want to invite all of you to share a covenant with the Indigenous community to help us eliminate the cloud of ignorance that has been hanging over us for a long time. It is incumbent upon us to explore an Indigenous worldview and use every opportunity to change negative patterns and to rethink the manner in which we engage the present and the future. It will be the children of the 21st century who have been educated to understand the need to protect the earth and, of their own volition, choose to use available technologies to enhance their lives. I have confidence that all of you who hear these words today are up for the task and will embrace new partnerships of recognizing that the future of all existence and humankind is dependent upon a robust and sacred relationship with Mother Earth. Our elders spoke of that earlier. Finally, I can't emphasize enough what my elders have made so clear to us over the years. And that is, the Creator did not give us ownership capacity, rather, He gave us stewardship capacity to take care of all creation. In return, she would take care of us. I urge leaders in every sector of society, and most importantly, in your homes, where we have the most influence with our children and our grandchildren, to keep those thoughts in mind as we sit and deliberate about what reconciliation means and how we walk together in this great nation called Canada. Chimigwich, I thank you for allowing me to share time with you this last few days, and I hope you enjoyed the conference. Chimigwich.
Chimigwecho Gimakang. Thank you very much to our leader for sharing those beautiful words, the beautiful vision. You know, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to introduce the one, the only, the great, the beautiful, the wise, the ever so talented, the so humble yet so strong, the devoted. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Executive Director of Indigenous Clean Energy, James Jenkins.
Good morning, everyone. Someone's been practicing that UFC style, so I've got some work to do. Really nice to see everyone here. Good morning. Many of you have already heard me speak, and for those of you just joining us today, welcome. And welcome to everybody joining us online. Thank you so much for being a part of this. It really means a lot to us. So you've heard from me already. I'm going to spend this morning talking a bit about the future. And that's what I'd like everybody to be thinking about as we go through our day 3 of the gathering. What are the steps we're going to take as a nice community moving forward to continue the work we're doing and to adapt to everything that we've learned yesterday? And what are we going to do about it? And I want to acknowledge what an amazing performance last night, Jeremy Dutcher. Incredible. Incredibly inspiring. Some of the words I've heard to describe it are epic, iconic, legendary. And I want to acknowledge the drum. Thank you so much for starting us in a good way, as well as Roy and Sherry. It's so important. So much of the work that we do is also rooted in our culture. And it's been so meaningful for me, and I know it is for so many of us, to learn more about ourselves as we do this work, and it brings so much meaning to the work that we're doing. So it really is important for us to take that time and acknowledge how important that is to everything that we do. And I've been on that journey for a long time. I've learned it's something that doesn't end. Learning more about ourselves, about our culture, where we're coming from. It doesn't matter how old you get. If you're on the right path, you're still doing that. And so as I sit here this morning and reflect on that, I'm thinking about the time I spent a bit younger, sitting on porches, talking to old folks, and they really wanted to share things that they'd learned over the course of their lives. And I'm really glad I did that. Someday I may be doing that myself, as I see we change generation after generation, and I really wanted to learn about my culture when I moved back to my community. And one thing that was really struck me was there were some writings that some of my ancestors had joined the church in the 1830s, and some had even written books, Sault Ste. Marie area, and Siganak, Whipple Warren, and some of the things they talked about, and I really tuned into this, where they were concerned, what's going to happen to our language? Are we going to be able to access the land? Are we going to be able to do the things that make us who we are. And they were really worried about this, and this was 200 years ago. They were worried about this. And here I was worried about the same things, and many of us are. But I think there's a real sense of peace that comes with the knowledge that our ancestors were thinking of us in a real way. They even wrote about it, and they talked about it, and we know they were. But to see that, it really made me realize how much bigger this is as we do this work that is going to impact future generations for hundreds of years. And so they were thinking of us, and we're thinking of them. And I've heard so many inspiring stories today as I talk to our ICE network. For 20 years or more, I've heard our local politics talk about we need somebody to build sustainable housing. We need to live in houses that don't become moldy. When is this going to happen? And it's felt very challenging. The challenges seemed insurmountable. We have individuals here today that are beginning that work, that are doing that work. They're preparing themselves to build that housing of the future for our communities. And we've heard the frustrations of moving local energy projects, turning them on, generating that electricity. It's not an easy road, and we hear about those challenges and we live them every day. Today I'm talking to people that are celebrating. They're turning those projects on. They're looking forward, what am I going to do next? And so for so many of us, it can feel so challenging. You know, it's not just day after day. Sometimes it's year after year to help move these projects that we think about, that we dream about, to completion. And it can feel frustrating, and it can feel lonely. And I really encourage you to seek out these people and talk to them and celebrate that success with them, and think about what it's going to feel like when you reach that next finish line, make that accomplishment. Really think about, visualize, what is that feeling? Because that's so important for us to get there. So I want to celebrate that with all of you. And there are challenges, and we've heard that yesterday. They happen at the local level. Things aren't necessarily easy. They happen at the provincial level, the regional level. Sometimes it feels like we're on the right path towards the energy transition, and there's change in government or some other major change, and it feels like we're back to square one. And there can be that despair, but I think it's so important to connect. Let's celebrate today. Remember what it feels like to get to where we want to go, and that will drive us towards the future. And so many of the other things we've been thinking about over the last 10 years, how do we share these stories with our global kin? And how do we learn from them? And today we're starting to do that, having global delegates here. And it's really only the beginning, but it's so exciting. And that's what makes it so exciting. And we used to wonder, how do we get youth involved in clean energy? How do we get them excited about it and getting on that career path early? And today we have so many youth delegates, so many youth in ICE programs, and that are beginning their journey in clean energy. And it's so inspiring. But we have so much more work to do. And I think we need to acknowledge where we've come over the past 10 years, and that things really have changed, and give ourselves credit where it's due. But really think about the future, because we've talked about where we're headed. There's going to be a major demand for more projects. Things aren't static, they continue to change. That's what those Odawa writers in the Sault Ste. Marie region were writing about. They were seeing all of that change, and we're seeing it today. So let's think about that today and come collectively to that vision. What is it going to look like in the future when we're standing together and we're celebrating? But we're also thinking about, what is our next journey going to look like? But what does it feel like? And I think hanging on to that vision, thinking about it today, that's going to help us today chart that path forward. So that's I think, the theme of today, both acknowledging the culture, how important it is to why we're here and why we do the work we're doing, but what is it going to feel like when we get there? So thank you very much. What I'm going to do now, actually, I want to acknowledge a few individuals that have been so important in getting us to where we are now. Is Grant Sullivan here by any chance? Are you in the room? Okay. Well, I do want to acknowledge Grant. He has been a board member since 2018 when the ice board started. He was also part of they call themselves the OG, the original group of 2020 Catalysts. And he recently stepped away from the board after many years of service since 2018. Want to acknowledge the work that he's done in the board. He's brought his financial background and really helped us. So I just want to acknowledge Grant, and if it's okay, give Grant Sullivan a round of applause for the incredible work he's done for the ICE community and for his hometown of Inuvik. The next person I'd like to acknowledge really did have a vision of all of our communities coming together, working on projects, acknowledging that energy touches Indigenous communities everywhere in Turtle Island. There's no energy project that doesn't touch our territories. And so what are we going to do about it? And the answer he saw was energy leadership that begins with our Indigenous communities. And he had a driving vision that inspired so many of us over the years to come together, and he didn't waver from it, and he stepped away from his other passions to make sure what we've built through the ICE community is a real long-standing, something that we can lean on, a foundation for real Indigenous-led community leadership. And that was just a vision that felt out of reach 10 years ago or very distant. Today, through all of the stories that we're sharing, both here at the podium and offline, it's something very real. And so I want to acknowledge all of the dedication, the work, coming to Indigenous Clean Energy a year and a half ago. I was so privileged to have somebody willing to really mentor me in a very real way and be available to help me work through any kind of problem I was having, but also feel like I had that support in terms of what am I going to do long term and how can I be successful as an executive director. So personally, I'm very thankful for that. Should I call him up? Do you want to say some words? Okay, so before we call him up, I'm going to hand it over to the two other directors at Indigenous Clean Energy, Alexandra, our Director of Youth Programs. So the person we're talking about, he's sitting over there. I don't know what found me looking up roast jokes last night, and I forgot all about it, but just the way you're sitting there, perpendicular to me, but I'm going to hold back. Chris Henderson has brought so much to the ICE community. I want to give a round of applause for his hard work, incredible impact that he's had on so many of our communities. I'm going to ask you to stay there for a moment. Chris, Alex, and Freddie are going to say a few words, and we'll ask you to come up.
Pinamaya, thank you, James. Amawashte, good day. My name is Alexandra Thompson. As James mentioned, I am the director overseeing our youth programs, and I just want to take a moment to extend my deepest gratitude to Chris Henderson for the empowerment that he's given not only myself, but all of the young people who are now entering the space, who are feeling confident, who are feeling motivated, who are feeling uplifted and supported. I remember when I first started working for ICE, I thought, wow, this seems like a dream. This seems like it's something that would be so out of reach, and it just seems like a vision. And when I entered this space, I just felt that energy. And it's really because Chris, he really inspires all of us. He really encourages us encourages us to speak our truths, to stay true to who we are, to use our voices, even when we are afraid. I remember never feeling afraid, to tell funders or tell government what I actually thought because, in the back of my mind, Chris would be there saying, you know what, I think you need to say that. I think you just need to tell them that. And so I'm very grateful for Chris. I remember when I first became the director of youth programming, and I never thought in my life that I would, have that type of title. And I remember being on the phone with him saying, Chris, I really don't know how I got here. I felt like I was crying. I felt like I needed to cry. I felt afraid, but, I had to realize that he's created this, this space. He's created the opportunities for us to all connect together and form these kinships with one another, and that it's all about the community. It's community first and foremost, and he's always embedded that into, our everyday work and reminded us, why are we doing this? So, also, Chris, if I'm ever a pain in your butt or the youth are a pain in your butt, it's because we're your protégés. Thank you.
Bumatan, Kakiawama Parenti, Freddie Upe Campbell, Dishnika Sean. Good morning, all my relations. My name is Freddie Upe Campbell. I'm a two-spirit midship human and the director of Indigenous Clean Energy's national and global programming. There aren't enough words, I don't think, to say something about a person who means so much to all of us. And I think I thought about organizing this speech, and I thought, okay, what would Chris do? He would leave it to three things. He's famous for his three things to focus on. So I think one, Chris, we all wouldn't be here today without you. So I hope you can hold that in your spirit. We're deeply, deeply grateful for the space that you've created. It started small. It started with a dream, with a book, with working with communities, and it has expanded to this massive, beautiful energy that we all feel in this room. And that is largely in part to Chris Henderson's vision for this work. And I don't even think he thought it might get to this point. Secondly, just so grateful for how you approach this work in a relational way. You take time to build meaningful connections with everybody that you meet. I'm sure I can speak for the room when I say that we all have special relationships with you, and that's because you've taken the time to build that and to understand, and that is what goes into and drives a lot of this work. And lastly, and most beautifully, and I'm trying not to cry here, but Chris leads this work with love. This is a labor of love. I would dare to say radical love that has it's the glue that holds all of us together. And yeah, we're so immensely grateful from the bottom of our hearts for you and all that you've done and will continue to do, and how that extends to all of us. So again, just huge round of applause. Kitchi Marcy, Chris, thank you so much.
Can I ask you all to stand? When we search and find good medicine, when we embrace the collective and our collectivity, when we take care of ourselves and each other, when we revel in our strengths and the power to change, that is when we arrive here. That is when we arrive at this place, this sacred place on the grounds of the Mississaugas of Credit. For what we are doing together is working arm in arm to a just society on Turtle Island. And as Freddie said, this is a community imbued with love. Always love yourselves first. Embrace your families with open arms of love and greet the gifts of love you're given with all your heart, and give with all your heart the love you can. In the land of my birth, when we greet someone, we put our hands together and say namaste, which means the spirit in me greets the spirit in you. Can I ask all of you to put your hands together? First, close your eyes. Feel your chi, your energy. Feel the vibration of the energy of those beside you. And now open your eyes and look around, and then say after me to all of you, the spirit in me, the spirit in me greets the spirit in you. And from here today and from here on forever, the spirit in me greets the spirit in every one of you. Chimigwech.
So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, Chris, for what you've done to the community and in my own journey. Chimigwech. The last thing I want to mention this morning, I've talked to quite a few youth delegates that are concerned. What happens when I turn 29 to 30? I'm not youth by certain definitions, and I've gone from these exciting youth programs to a lifetime of back pain, and I've tried to tell them that the right pillow and the right bed can mitigate some of that. But in the spirit of birthdays, we do have one special birthday of a special person driving a lot of the success here at ICE. So if you could join the drum and me in wishing Alexandra Thompson happy birthday. Thanks very much.
the Sagittarius in the room.
Happy birthday, Alex. Thanks so much. I trust that wasn't too embarrassing. The team might be a little reluctant to remind me of their birthday in the future, but any excuse to hear this amazing drum, I will take it. Yes, thank you. Next up, we're going to celebrate some of the work of ICE through a video montage, and to introduce it, behind the scenes doing so much important work is our Senior Communications Manager, Lena Ferreira.
I'm so excited for the things that I'm going to do in the future, and I already know the connections I've made here are going to last a lifetime. And yeah, I see projects in my mind, in my dreams now that I would have never.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's so very nice to see you all. Again, my name is Lena Ferreira. I am ICE's Senior Communications Manager. I've been with ICE for about 4 years, and I'm very proud to be part of this beautiful community that ICE has built over the years. Just want to mention that behind every gathering, there is a lot of work, a lot of stress too. But seeing you all here and seeing you, feeling your excitement makes it all worth it. And as James said yesterday, so gatherings are celebration, it's our opportunity to celebrate the great work that Indigenous communities are doing in clean energy. So our communications team, with support from an external editor, put together this video. It's a 10-minute video, but I'm still going to call it a snapshot because it's a little piece of all the great work that ICE and program participants, mentors, everyone puts together on this. And yeah, I just hope you enjoy this video, and don't be surprised if you see a younger version of yourself in this video, because it has like audiovisual content from 2016. So we hope you like it.
I'm so excited for the things that I'm going to do in the future, and I already know the connections I've made here are going to last a lifetime. And yeah, I see projects in my mind, in my dreams now that I would have never had if I hadn't have been here. And so I'm really grateful for that. I heard some really amazing things about it, and from a previous catalyst, and the incredible connections that they made that they've still had to this day that helps with their energy projects. And I thought it would be an amazing opportunity to just learn more about clean energy, because I'm pretty new to clean energy, and just to really people who are in it because this work, I'm still so new and I could feel alone in it.
The most important lesson that a catalyst should take away from this program is the fact that they are not alone, that there are people all across the country that are willing to help them and are willing to collaborate with them and mentor them to ensure that their community and they themselves can go down a path that is really, economically impactful and environmentally responsible.
Every single thing that we do in the community is connected to energy. And so this is really about a transfer of agency and a transfer of power back to our communities. So one thing that everyone talks about here is self-sufficiency and sovereignty. The start of that, the start of actually being a nation, well, you need to be able to generate your own power. It's literally generating power, but it's also taking back power and asserting autonomy over the direction that you want to go.
Chris Henderson really thought about things in a completely different way. He said, there's this problem that all these communities are facing. There's a problem that the world is facing. And I think he understood that some of the solutions need to come from these communities. And it's so hard to do that on your own. And it's so hard to do that if you're just the one energy champion in a community. But if you have a team of people and you have that support behind you, then you're not alone. And it makes things doable, it makes things tangible, it makes your dreams and your goals real, because you've seen people either make the mistakes or you've seen people succeed, and in either way you're going to learn from that. So I think it was just, groundbreaking, out of the box thinking. Let's build something that continues, let's build something that grows and grows and grows.
And if we're going to meet our 2050 goal of a net zero carbon future, we have to attack all of the existing houses. And I firmly believe that the First Nations, through ICE, will be the ones that will lead the way. We have 16 superstars here, and they are going back to their communities, and they're going big or go home. They are looking to do major retrofit programs in their communities. They put me in awe all the time of their passion and their desire to make change in their communities. And it's not easy. They are up against so many different things, remote communities, shipping stuff in, the cost, lack of capacity in their community for skills, having to rely on outside contractors. And we're really encouraging them to teach your own people, do the work yourselves, create the employment inside your community.
I'm learning so much. I came into this knowing basics about housing, and now I'm starting to feel almost like an expert and starting to learn about building science and building envelopes and energy efficiency and the whole deal. Despite how far our distance in communities or how different our nations might be, we're all struggling with a lot of the similar common issues, even though we might be across the country from one another.
So what I'm looking at in my community is looking at how much First Nation community member is making for their income. So how much are they making, how much are they spending on utility bills, and then how much they have left for their food. I have the Imagination program that's helping me create a solar-powered greenhouse. And then with the Project Accelerator, it's helping me look at the houses to make their houses more energy efficient.
I'm very passionate about having youth, particularly Indigenous youth, but youth, of course, involved in the climate action movement. In climate action, don't think that you have to be this, cutting edge, engineer or business professional. There's so many different roles that youth can play in the future of our energy systems. And there is a role for you, and it's so desperately needed.
Indigenous youth and future generations are the inheritors of the earth and the existing systems that we currently live within. And so, in my view, it's imperative that they are equipped with the skills, the knowledge, and the supports to drive change and restore Indigenous sustainable livelihood.
Historically, a lot of the doors have been shut to us, and programs and creative spaces like this creates that community and creates those spaces for us to contribute and share our solutions and experience. And not only were we left out of conversations, we had very little resources. There's a lot of economic restrictions placed on Indigenous people. And so while the rest of the country was growing and people were getting educated, and a lot of that was, not accessible to people until recently.
My name is Taylor Bain Takosa. I'm Dene, and I come from the Fort Nelson First Nation. My involvement in clean energy comes through my employment with my nation. So I work for my nation's owned geothermal project called Tudeka. So as a Dene person, working in clean energy is meaningful to me because it allows me to be a part of something bigger than myself, and it, makes me feel good that I'm doing something that's going to benefit the generations to come.
I think the community that Indigenous Clean Energy brings, from the cohort members to the ICE staff, as well as all of the alumni and all of the mentors, they really support you in every single way, and every single person has an expertise that you can sort of hone in on, and they're willing to be there for you and teach and support you. I learn something every single day, and I really love the community that ICE has created.
I decided to join the Catalyst program as a mentor because I felt like it was a great opportunity for me to not only share some of my experiences, but learn from a lot of other great Indigenous leaders in clean energy from across Turtle Island, and a way for me to understand some of the different experiences and perspectives that we hold in our clean energy transitions and in our renewable energy future.
I just really believe in capacity building and relationship building, as well as mentorship and having an auntie role for those within the program, as well as those doing community projects. ICE's community is everything to me. I've been around for 5 years now. As I think 20 years old when I first got introduced to ICE, and there's a lot of investment that's been put into me by many mentors, many people who I find my own aunties, and so I wanted to be able to provide that role to someone else.
That's one of the most difficult things I had to learn, was to ask for help. No, I'll figure it out. No, I know, even though I don't. because of my own upbringing and traumas that I experienced as an individual. And now starting to say, I trust. And when I trust, then I'll start believing that life is better. And we as people will do that together. I say reconciliation starting here so that I can talk to you. I could talk to others that are going through here, encourage them to do more and to continue their learning.
Due to Indigenous capacity building programs in the clean energy space, coupled with a lot of innovative policies and funding programs that have been successful through federal, provincial, and territorial government schemes, as well as a lot of advocacy work that has been done, Indigenous nations have been able to gain the skills and build their capacity to lead hundreds of small to large scale Indigenous owned or partially owned clean energy projects. So today, Indigenous nations are the second largest asset owners of renewable energy within our country, which is unbelievable. We're the only country around the world that has so many Indigenous people owning projects. After a lot of reflection about where Indigenous Clean Energy as an organization was at, where Indigenous nations within our country, what they had achieved and what they will continue to achieve, our organization thought we could expand some of our knowledge, some of our programming, and some of our work to our global kin. So that is why Indigenous Clean Energy decided to enter some of these international climate spaces, to attend the Conference of the Parties, and share some of these stories in hopes that they would reach some of our kin and some of our communities in other parts of the world, so that we could get to a place where we weren't speaking at a conference, but we were flying to an area, flying to Colombia, flying to Ecuador, flying to Oceania, and meeting our kin and supporting them on the ground. We really feel that there's a huge opportunity to connect with other people, to build meaningful relationships in other regions of the world, and to do what traditional sustainable development is considered in a decolonial way. So we have a very big dream to actually assert Indigenous sovereignty through the clean energy transition, and this is something that we advocate for on a global stage all the time, because the clean energy transition can't be another opportunity for recolonization. This is our time as Indigenous people to assert our rights. It's the opportunity for us to be the voices of how we're going to protect and sustain Mother Earth for generations to come.
Isn't that awesome? Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, when we celebrate one another and we take that time to acknowledge the work that's been done, to acknowledge the history and why we do it, to acknowledge that future. Yesterday, the day before that, we celebrated through song, we celebrated through visiting. I observe people, and watching you guys interact with one another, for commonalities, the goals, life in general, our environment, huge. And I give you guys props because I was telling Danica when I got here, no clue. I'm one of those people. I come here without judgment, but I had no clue what you guys did. I'm so proud to know that there's people and champions like each and every one of you out there to do this work. So give yourselves another giant round of applause. It's totally awesome. Oh, just a minute, I got a note here. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. I can't read that one. I don't know what that says, but thank you. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we're going to give our presenters an opportunity to address you guys, and they're going to really, really want you guys to be a part of their room, all right? So whoever sells themselves the best way and give themselves that knowledge to say, hey, come to my room because you're going to have a good time and you're going to learn so much. These are the girls that are going to do it. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our next group of presenters. They have 1 minute and 32 seconds each. So give them a round of applause. Show them some love.
Okay, so this is a competition for who can do the best elevator pitch to come to the session. I'm just kidding. Choose the one that's most aligned with you, please. So today, the Advancing Global Solidarity Amongst Indigenous People in the Energy Transition session is going to focus on rights-based approaches for a more just and equitable energy transition through the renewable energy value chain. There'll be time for interaction and space to exchange practical experiences and ideas, and also work to identify actionable strategies for global solidarity and support. So this session will have a presentation by the Indigenous Peoples' Rights International Group, as well as the Business for Human Rights Group, and the Just Transition for Salinas Grandes by Clemente Flores from Argentina. And then we're going to go into an interactive workshop. So folks, we'd love you to come to this session and bring your ideas and exchange knowledge, and we'll come out with some action steps afterwards. Marcy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Justice Morningstar. I'm the manager of the 2020 Catalyst program, which I'm sure you guys have heard a lot about over the past couple of days. We are, I believe, ICE's largest program, and we have over 150 alumni right now, and many of them are in this room. So I just want to give a huge shout out to any graduates of the program. And I think in that video you heard from a lot of the participants as well. So if you would like to learn more about the 2020 Catalyst program and the groundbreaking work that all of our participants are doing, the program is empowering and leading Indigenous leaders to develop and lead clean energy projects that prioritize community needs and create sustainable opportunities. In this session, we will also be unveiling our 3 incredible locations chosen for our 2025 on-site sessions. These places hold places where bold policies and Indigenous partnerships are creating pathways for transformative energy projects. And you'll also be able to hear directly from 3 of our alumni. So we have Serena Mendizabal, Desiree Maurice, and Drew Bernard, who are going to be joining us. And they're going to be talking about their personal experiences in the program and the impact it has had on their communities and their lives. And they'll also be talking about the importance of fostering Indigenous energy leadership and their vision for a future of clean energy. So this is more than a conversation, it's an opportunity to be inspired by real stories of leadership and resilience, and to learn how we can all support and amplify Indigenous-driven solutions to the climate crisis. So if you're passionate about clean energy, community empowerment, and meaningful change, this is the breakout session for you.
Okay, Catalyst might be the biggest program, but Imagination is the coolest program. And so our session is the community engagement session. It's taking place here in Concert Hall, and that session is going to feature myself and Bodena. And I am the Imagination Program Manager. Bodena is somebody who went through our cohort 1 of Imagination. The work that she did in her community engagement work really centered around what she did with a net zero housing project, and really trying to bring that into communities and what exactly that means to, show your community what it means to have a healthy home to live within that's also energy efficient. And she's going to go through a lot of those different processes. We're having the panel moderated by Alexandra Thompson, who is the Director of Youth Programming. And I myself will speak to a level 2 Tesla charger that was installed in northern Saskatchewan. It's our most northern electric vehicle charger in Saskatchewan. And so I'll speak a little bit more to what that meant to bring it up north, what we kind of had to do for capacity building in the region. If you come to our session, you're guaranteed anti-laughs throughout the whole session. So not to give a really cool elevator pitch, but I think it's going to be really exciting. And we're really going to get to speak to the work that young Indigenous women are doing in this space as well. So we really encourage you folks to attend. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Bonnie Van Tassel, and I manage ICE's off-diesel initiative programming, the program we support in collaboration with Natural Resources Canada. We're going to be running a breakout session in the Manitoba room this morning to discuss the challenges and risks that energy projects can experience. And we want to break down these issues to identify how can we reduce or eliminate the impacts. And we'll do it collaboratively because we know that we have such a variety of expertise in the room, and there's so many opportunities to put our minds together to think about how we can proactively address these things. I don't know if our anti-laughs will be as plentiful. However, I expect that maybe some of our engineers will be in the room, and they are very funny. So look, I can't wait to roll up our sleeves. If you're looking to get in the weeds and have a bit more of a technical discussion and then connect that to the broader community-based Indigenous-led planning process, please join us in the Manitoba room and meet our team and some of our collaborators. Thank you.
Last but not least. Okay, my name is Jessica Tate, and I am the Sustainable Transportation Manager at Indigenous Clean Energy. I am super excited to be hosting a session in the Quebec room, everyone, the Quebec room. Again, maybe not the anti-laughs as much as Aubrey Ann's session, but I have I'm very, very excited to be joined by two very special guests. One is Zachary McHugh, who is the CEO and founder of Repower. He has completed 2 projects through Charge Up, which is our, yes, woo, definitely a leader, a fleet project and a public charging project. He has a wealth of experience from navigating funding, project management. He wants to share his motivations, insights, and outcomes. So this is something that I'm constantly asked about. Who can we hear from? I want to hear people's experiences with this process because it's one of the newest in the realm of what we're talking about at this conference. And our second guest is Emily Farjou, who is from Earth Day Canada's Charge for Change program. This is a new, it's not new, but it's newly opened to another round of funding for communities who are looking for level 2 chargers. They fund up to 100% of the projects. It's an excellent opportunity. They've really worked hard to reduce barriers, and I want everybody to hear about it, learn about the opportunity, and bring charging to their communities because the sustainable transportation transition is coming. So, Quebec room, hope to see you there. Thank you.
Okay, just to give a quick recap of the rooms, because some of us left that out in the excitement of the elevator pitch. In the so-called Quebec room, we've got the electric vehicle charging, go for some energizing conversation. In the so-called Manitoba room, we've got the funny engineers, so please show up for them. In this room, it will be shared between the anti-laughs over here for Imagination and the 2020 team, which has some amazing humans. And in the so-called Alberta room, we've got our deadly global kin. So please take a break. I believe we have the MC coming back. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard our presenters there. I would have said we have fried bread and door prizes and free donuts. But at this time, ladies and gentlemen, because we went a little bit over in time and we appreciate your patience, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. But even within those 10 minutes, we invite you to choose your favorite presenter. There's a limited space, and you're going to learn something from all of them. They are all very knowledgeable, and they have brought you the best of the best of the best. So at this time, come on up, stand up real one time, before we go. Real quickly, Niboin. Just because you guys have been so totally awesome, I'm going to do a little bit of something just to get us going. I want to hear your voices, all right? I want you guys to wake up the bear inside of you before our break. So, how does a bear sound? Oh, I like that guy. How does an angry bear sound? Really loud. I want you guys to show me your claws. Gokam, show me your claws. Ante, oh no. Here we go. On the count of 3, your scariest, best bear impression that you can. 1, 2, 3. All right, take your 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you after the breaks. Daylight come and me want to go. Right on, you guys are lousy singers just like me. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to give away a little something for you people because you guys are doing such an awesome job. This is an opportunity to win something big. You know, you might win a trip to Mississauga, all expenses paid. You might win a trip to a free meal. You might win something here today, but I need you guys to participate, to play, you know, because it's important. When we do work, when we work hard, it's also good to play. It's also good to smile. We have our Vanna Whites here. Stand up, Vanna. Come on up here. Vanna. I'm old, so Vanna White. I know Vanna White. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Vanna White. So Vanna's going to be selecting some prizes. Her real name's Alexandra, but today she's Vanna White. So who wants to win a prize? Who wants to win some big money? Oh man, you guys are rich. Nobody even wants money. Here's what we're gonna do. It's a random thing. So who has who has gum on them? Come running. Anybody with gum? Come running. First one here. First one here. And yell Hoa. Right on. We got a winner here. Winner, chicken dinner. Random prize. You have won yourself this. Let's give her a round of applause. That one was an easy one. Vanna told me to put this one, so who has a hickey? Come a-running. If you have a hickey, come a-running. And you gotta show her, not me. Oh, at least, oh man, no shame, right on. I like that in you. What's your name there? Let's see. That's a rash. Right on, my friend, congratulations. I told you somebody would have a hickey. And this is getting easy. All right, who has a penny? Well, who has a penny? Come running. Come running. Dum 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 ba-dum bum bum. I don't know. Going once, going twice, going thrice, going four. What do you say? Hawa. Right on. Let's see. No, that's American penny. Don't work. Right on. Man, I'm surprised. Okay, this one's going to be an easy one. Who has an expired condom? Don't be shy. At least stand up. Who's ever had an expired condom? They said no. Okay. Going once? Oh, I thought she was coming running. No? Okay. Who has a holy sock? Anybody have a holy sock? You have one? Do you? Come running. Somebody has a holy sock? Do you? Somebody might have a hole in their sock. Anybody? Come running. Come running. Come running. She's working on it. Right on. You got to say ho-wah. Right on. Who has a $100 bill? $100 bill. Does anybody carry cash anymore? Hurry, 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 hurry. Oh, maybe it's a tiebreaker. You guys have to do an Indian leg wrestling match right here. All right, let's give them both a prize, $100 bill. Sherry, you want to win a prize too? Okay, we got one here, so get ready, get ready. Who has an eyelash? I mean, one of those caterpillars that the girls put on nowadays. Does anybody have a fake eyelash? Do you? Do you? They all fell off. All right, Vanna, try it on. Make sure it's real. All right, on. Congratulations. All right, let's give our winners and Vanna, let's give her a round of applause. Right on. Thank you. Oh, man. They're crazy. They're crazy for making me do that. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're going to be inviting our singers and also Daniel to come back to the stage here. Today, you know, they've been asked to share a part of our culture, to share some more of our songs. You know, these are the people that we're talking about, the communities that we're talking about. You know, creating Indigenous-led clean energy. It's important to know the people that you work for. This is a part of who they are, who we are as Anishinaabe people, as tribes people, as nation people. So ladies and gentlemen, if he is here, is he here? Daniel, are you in the house? I think he wanted that introduction, so I need help, all right? We need to say, Daniel, Daniel. Louder. 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 Let me hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Secord.
Ani. Okay, we're the Spring Creek Dancers. We're based out of Mississauga Credit First Nation. So they'd asked us, besides hosting the event and things, to come and bring some dancers. So Dikibni Majik, the Spring Creek Dancers. So within the community, Mississauga Credit, we're the only First Nation or Anishinaabe community where we don't have like a body of water, but we do have two creeks, and one is a spring creek, so that's where we take our name from. But we travel to the rivers and also to Digane Game and Zawagamig, to Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. And that's the name of our group. We have several dancers and our singers. So we're based out of Mississauga Credit First Nation, but we have dancers from Mississauga First Nation, Blind River, Saugeen First Nation, Sagamuk, Mississauga's Velderville, Mississauga's Hiawatha, and Saugeen. We have dancers from Saugeen First Nation. So we have our singers again, our family drum, our community singers, and also our singers also comprise Mississauga's Credit, Cape Croker, or Nawash First Nation, Saugeen, Six Nations, Serpent River, many communities. So, we're going to have our dancers come up. We'll start introducing ourselves. My name is Daniel Secord, or Sin and Nene. We'd like to share some of our dances. Our people in Mississauga were very early in traveling with our dances. Our people, Mississaugas, we had went, there was two groups, the first groups to ever go to Europe. was the Iowa Nation in the United States, and also from Mount Pleasant, Francis Ishtanaquit or Macons. His family, they went over. But when those groups went over, they had gotten smallpox and they had gotten very, very ill. So the people started to pass away. So they came right back, the people that survived from those groups. And then they asked us, the Mississaugas of the Credit, to come. And from that group, there was Mississaugas of Credit, Batchewana, Chippewa, the Thames, Muncie, and the different Mississauga communities. So through our connections and marriages and stuff like that, we went over to Europe. But we talked to Queen Victoria when she was like 14 years old, had counsel with Queen Victoria when she became queen at that time as a young girl. Also King, Queen of Belgium, King, Queen of France, Tsar of Russia, things like that. So we advocated to the Crown about these lands in Ontario to ask for protections of lands because people were continually occupying our lands and things like that. And it was always like a physical confrontation. And so that's where the federal land or Crown status came from, was when we went over to advocate for that. We also went over many, many years later to take the wampum over there to ask for, clear title and things that are closer to what we have now, but it didn't happen. But our people went over to do our songs and dances, and that's how we were requested to go over. We had 14 people travel over to Europe through the different visits to do our songs and dances, and about 7 people died from illness due to those trips. But every time we went, we advocated on behalf of our people. So that's why we've returned to bring back our dances and things like that. And we have a lot of woodland dances and also dances that are adopted from different nations, which you may see at a powwow. We'll do some very new dances. So we're going to have our dancers come up on stage. If they want to come up on stage to join us, I'll introduce some of them. Or let them introduce themselves as they come up to dance. So we have Zawazo Makwa Akwe, so Azawa Secord from Mississauga Credit First Nation. We have Joe Kada from Mississauga's Mississauga Blind River First Nation. April Bennett from Saugeen First Nation. We have Dave White, Anishinaabe, Ojibwe Odawa Powatami, Wickwamacong, what other communities? Walpole Island and Wickwamacong. So Ojibwe Odawa Powatami. And we have Cody Harper, Powatami, Plains Cree, and Shawnee Nations. Moose Deer Point, Mr. Wassas. So we're a local Three Fires group, in case you're wondering. So we're going to have tell some of the origins. So first dance we're going to do, I'm going to do a quick exhibition of men's traditional. So that's the style I'm wearing right now. Our people here in the Great Lakes, our dances for men's traditional, which you may see now, powwows, you see woodland style. Our people, what we did here was what was called strike the post. So we'd have a gathering in the center of the community, and they would send the scouts out to get a tree, and they'd go and put that tree in the center of the gathering place. So at that time, they would bring the eldest people, the elders, out. And for every accomplishment that they had or a story in their life or an acknowledgement, they had an eagle feather. Sometimes they had a staff. Sometimes they had a headdress. Sometimes they had a bundle. They had these different things for those one accomplishment. And so they had that time to step into that circle to tell their story to the people at that gathering. So they would tell that story. They would step out and then step back. When they were done that story, they would step back. But of course, we started with our elders, so they had many long life and many accomplishments, many stories to tell. So they stepped out, told their story, stepped back, went to the next story, stepped out again. So they're allowed to talk and to share those stories as long as they had that time to share each of those events of their life. So it became a dance. So when they stepped out and stepped back, they started to act out and retell those stories. There are many different types of stories, hunting stories. Some of our veterans and warriors told their stories. different things like that. Sometimes imitate the things of an animal and things like that. So, but when they were done, they would go and strike the post. They strike that post and they let them know they're done, and the next person would come. So it would keep going. So that's how it kind of went till finally it was this one person, the last person to step up. So they would tell those stories like as a storytelling dance. So that's what we call strike the post. Later, as you see, the Anishinaabe people, we also acquired the men's traditional dance from the Omaha and the Winnebago and the Lakota, Dakota. Our interactions, sometimes it took us about 150 years before we made peace with each other. So from that came this drum, this big powwow drum that you see from that piece, but also these dances such as the grass dance and men's traditional. So when we tell these stories from this modern style of men's traditional, we call it, from the Anishinaabe, we call it the dream dance, because our people were allowed to not only tell a story of something that happened in our life that we returned back to the community to have that story to tell, but also if you had a dream or a vision, you were allowed to dance and share that story. So we call this modern traditional style the dream dance for the Anishinaabe. So we have two versions. We're going to ask the drum to, I'll do an exhibition of one of the songs that men's traditional do. It's a very popular song. It's called Sneak Up. So it's a storytelling dance about sneaking up. It became popular after the Battle of Little Bighorn in the United States. So we'll start off, I'll do an exhibition of that, and then we'll go to our women's traditional after. The next dance we're going to do an exhibition of is women's traditional. There are several styles, stationary style, which is on the spot, and then there's also the stepping, walking style, and we also have what we call round dance. There's a woodland style as well, and there's several woodland styles, and several prairie or plain styles. And it is also a very old dance. Amongst the nations where this dance was adopted from, the different versions that were brought to our people, the women were on the outside, and then generally later on came into the middle. But in the woodlands, generally, what they call a lot of the social dances, our women danced in the center with the men, but on a different time. But it's a very graceful, dignified dance, and we're doing an exhibition of women's traditional. Thank you. Miigwech. If they would like to come stay on stage with us to do one more exhibition, there's another song you may see some of the women do, round dance. There's many versions, I guess, speeds of the women's traditional round dance. You may hear the Haudenosaunee people call it skanye. And also, Ojibwe, we have sidestep or fast round dance or fast slide. But also, you may see it as a regular round dance. So maybe we'll have one time through of a round dance for the women, for women's traditional. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to. Thank you very much. Well, next we'd have Joe Keda to come up onto the stage. So we're very fortunate to meet Mr. Keda, Mr. Joe Keda. On our journeys, we met and we started dancing together, and it's been a real honor. His family also come and sing with us. They're not able to be here today, but so Mississauga is a blind river. This next dance we're going to do is, or he's going to do, is called the grass dance. It's a dance that came to us, the Anishinaabe. It originated with the Omahas, the Omaha Nation. There's some related nations that speak the Sioux language, such as the Omaha and their brothers, the Winnebago or Ho-Chunk, or Ho-Chungara, people with a loud voice. And they're also neighbors on the western side to us Ojibwe people. So this dance, they had a society for their warrior society. They called it the grass dance. And they were the scouts for their people. And they're the ones that went out and kind of made sure the elders had wood and things like that were taken care of. They did a lot of different things in the community. But they also danced. They also had this style. So from our people, our time sharing the lands with these people, this headdress you may see in the head with the hair is the porcupine hair. And they said that originated with us in Anishinaabe in the woodlands, and it traveled all around North America, this headdress, this porcupine roach headdress. And when it traveled out to when the Omaha people had gotten that, the Winnebagos are in the woodlands, and then further west, their brothers, the Omahas, are out in the plains and prairies. So they adopted this headdress we have. And from their warrior society, the grass dance, they brought these dances and things. We already had our own society, the Ogichida, the Minisino, things like that, that kind of did the same thing. But with this dance, they brought these traditions, and that roach headdress came back as the symbol of the grass dance society. So that headdress, and this bustle you see, these feathers that are worn on the back, they were originally a part of the grass dance society. So they were a belt, a crow belt, like an actual bird, and then it changed to an eagle. So when they brought these to us, the Winnebago people, on behalf of them and the Omahas, they gave us these dances, the grass dance. They gave us the feather bustle and the roach headdress, which was the symbol of the grass dance, came back to us as well. And this dance had many different teachings. So they used this dance to clear down the grounds and pack down the area and clear the land and the place where we dance upon. So we're very thankful for that. And we also shared with them some of our ceremonies from the Daewin Lodge, some of our healing ceremonies with those nations. So I'd like to share and give an exhibition of the grass dance. We also call it the hot dance or the Omaha dance, honoring the nation it came from. Okay? Miigwech, miigwech. Miigwech. The next dance, we'd like to have Zawa Makwa, or Zawa Zo Makwa Equazance. So my daughter Zawa Makwa, Gidanis Maba Ishnakazud Gizawa Makwa. She is here to do women's jingle dress. I usually don't talk too much about the jingle dress. Usually that's something that usually the women talk about, but it originated here in Ontario. So in the Kenora area and Whitefish Bay area, and they say the first lady of this dance was Maggie White. When she was very young, she was very ill, and her grandfathers actually had these dreams and vision, and it was her great-grandfather that had the dream and vision of this dance, and they had instructions, which they talked to the grandmothers and things, and they made this dress, and they had this ceremony, took her to this long lodge, this long house, and they described of what happened in their dream and the vision and what they were to do, and she became well. But I'd rather have somebody else at another time come up and talk about it. We're going to have an exhibition of the jingle dress style, which originated with the Ojibwe people here in Ontario, and let's say Miigwech. We'll have two straight and two side step. And also, we're going to try and request Sidestep, which is another song, or a fast round dance. There's many different names for it, for the jingle dress. And it's also very popular because it's a woodland style of dance. You may see some of the women's traditional dancing this Sidestep too for the woodland style. Miigwech Shaw. I'd like to introduce our lady dancers to come up. We have Cody maybe speak about the women's fancy. We'll have April and Cody come up. Thank you.
Ani Tanse. So the style of dance that you're going to see is the woman's fancy shawl. Different territories, different nations have different ways that it's been traveled through each nation, but the majority of the story, the power behind it, and the practice behind it is that this is a dance that's of evolving and represents the butterfly. And it actually started from the men's fancy dance, which you'll see next, and it's evolved from there. And women wanted to show the power and the understanding of the drive, like the passion, the fire that we carry. And so the way to express that, which a lot of our traditions and stories come through, is dance. And so that came from the fancy shawl dance. And so the style that you're going to see today, very short, the style that you're going to see today is the woman's fancy straight, 2 times through, and then you're going to see the woman's side step. And the side step, the double beat, came from, it's a dance that's shared between all the styles, but it's actually to represent the crows. And when the crows would come to the battlefield, they would come and they would hop. And when they were hopping, it was showing their strength and their power, and that they were showing that something had taken place here. And so each nations have different way of addressing it, but one of the main things that we do as Indigenous people is we give respect to all living things. So a lot of our teachings come from sacred animals. And so the style of dance that you're going to see is a woman's fancy shawl, but a straight and then a double beat.
The next song for the women's fancy shawl is also called the butterfly dance in some areas as well. There's a newer name. We're going to have exhibition of the double beat crow hop, or double beat slide song.
Ani, Buju Kanewea, Nimki Tadikanesi, Nadijikas, Bekedron, meanwhile, with Kwamkon, Dunjaban, Anishnabe, Nadao, Ogajida, Nadao, and Ashkabe was Nadao. Hello, everybody. My name is DJ White. My traditional name is Thunder Spotted Eagle. I'm from Wapwa Island and Wekwamakong. I'm a fancy feather dancer, and I'm going to talk a little bit of some of the origins of this style of dance. This style of dance comes from the area known as Tornado Valley, down over in Kansas, Oklahoma, even Texas. And about over 100 years ago, this is one of the newer styles of dance that is around the powwow circuit or the powwow trail. What I was told, or what is known to me, is that our warriors at the time, they went out to battle, and the battlefield has changed from prehistoric, from time and time. And so when they came back home, they moved a little differently. If you look at our traditional dancer, he would speak about the hunt or a battle in a traditional way, and then with the fancy dancers, there was a different environment and different. Instead of spears, there were different ways how to be in conflict. And then when these warriors came back, they wanted to dance their way, and a little bit more of an upbeat, very energetic. It is known as a young man's dance. From back in probably about early 1920s, they had a world champion competition, and then all the fancy dancers gathered, and the winner of that competition got to host the ongoing world champions, and that champion was known as Gus McDonald, and he's from Lawrence, Kansas. And so with him being the first world champion fancy dancer, his community or his home base became the grounds for the world champion fancy dancing. Similar to when we have a hoop dancers and they have their world champion down over in Arizona. For this first song, I'm gonna do a crow hop. And then for my second song, I'm gonna be featuring what's called a ruffle. And with a fancy dancer, it's really fast paced, and we really, in a way of, it's almost aggressive, but that's to showcase our strength, our stamina, and our willingness to go as fast as we can. And there's also a relationship between the dancers and the drum. So sometimes the fancy dancers will end on a stop. When the drum tries to trick us, they'll throw in a stop randomly. And our stops are usually very purposeful and meaningful. But at times we might miss our stop, and then we'll keep spinning or something, or keep dancing, and then the drums. And and then there was a competition of who can out sing and drum, and then the dancers who can out dance the drums. And then it went back and forth for a while. And during these times, I always give my appreciation and respect to the drum groups, because it's a group, it's family, it's brotherhood, it's going to your grandparents. And then as a dancer, I try to follow their beat the best I can. So right now, we're gonna do the crow hop, and for your pleasure and enjoyment, I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you. So that one is called the Crow Hop, and we got Ruffle coming at you real quick.
Miigwech again to Dave. Yeah, we have some more songs and dances to do, but unfortunately we're out of time. So yeah, I was ready to go. I was ready to do this, but yeah, sorry. We talk a lot and we like to explain our relationship with the dances and from their origins and things as we have learned them. So. Again, from Spring Creek Dancers, we sing Miigwech. Maybe we can come back again, do some more dances and songs. So Miigwech again, thank you. Have a good day. Miigwech.
Oh, wow, Onisha Shin. Back home, we say, ho wa Onisha Shin. That means awesome, beautiful. So let's give them a ho wa Onisha Shin. 1, 2, 3. Right on, Miigwech dancers, Miigwech singers. Thank you very much. You know, ladies and gentlemen, out of respect for time and energy, that energy filled the room. We have a bunch of young people here that also want to share. That it's very important that we give them that time to shine, give them that opportunity to share, because when we talk about this is our future, they really are our future, and they're doing it right now. So Fireside Visions or Inspiring Fireside Chat featuring Indigenous trailblazers, forefront of the community-centered clean energy innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for Michael, Samuel, Madison, Drew, and Aiden.
Oh, sweet, we got mics. Hello? Check. Mic check. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aiden Abraham. Aiden Abraham Nasigason, Danse Toyan, Asinawak, Tapwe Mio Gisagao. It is a nice day, and I'm honored to be here and be the moderator for this panel today for all of our emerging leaders here at Fireside Visions, Emerging Leaders, Lighting a Path to Sustainability. Here today, this is going to be an inspiring fireside chat rather than an actual panel discussion. This is going to be a little bit more conversational based, and we will have no questions after the fact because we want to encourage the networking aspect of these events, such as ice gatherings. So I encourage each and every one of you, or anyone interested, from out of the speaking points that all of our wonderful panelists have to bring, that you network with them after the fact. This panel will explore how young developing professionals are contributing to the growth of sustainable practices within their home communities and nations, focusing on electrical vehicles, greenhouse retrofitting, and solar installations. Each panelist brings their own unique expertise to the table here today, definitely lighting a pathway to sustainability with the help of ICE programming and initiatives for capacity building in the field of business and green energy. This is a critical role that young leaders play in shaping a sustainable future. We thank ICE for providing that opportunity to fill those roles within our own communities. And a big thank you to our drum and the dancers, and as well as to Chris Henderson today. Alrighty, I will be setting the vision here at the fireside. As the sun rises and as it sets, we will be doing this segment from east to west. I'm not even sure where we're oriented, so we're going to be going this way. But nonetheless, still blessed by the fire that the sun holds and each of us hold within us. So with that, what lights your fire in your belly, in your heart, and in your soul? It's just a thought question for the audience. But with that, I'll get each of our panelists to introduce themselves. I'll get your name, where you're from, your age if you're comfortable, your connection to ICE and clean energy, and a brief introduction to your project.
Yeah, Danse everybody. My name is Michael Marty, and I am the Clean Energy Manager of Frog Lake First Nations. I am 22 years old, and I have been involved with ICE since last year. I was actually a part of the 2023 Catalyst program, the best cohort, and since then it really has just been one opportunity after another since I joined the ICE network, and it's been such an amazing, experience for me. Now I'm a part of other programs like Generation Power, Imagination. We applied to the EV Charge Up program, and we're currently putting an EV charger in our nation. And yeah, I will talk a little bit about, myself. I am Cree. I was raised in Frog Lake First Nations. I'm the father of 2 children, Rosa and Michael Jr., and also a boyfriend to an amazing woman. I've been in clean energy for the past 2 years, and through this time I've had, such great experiences, and I've met really great people along my journey that have helped support in me and my visions and my goals for the success I want to see in my nation. And I will pass it along to Madison. Thank you.
Saigo so Guego, Madison Youngets, Kinakihaga, Nihokan Wetsiotin, Wakniadawa, Swaganito Ageno. So, hi, I'm Madison. I'm Mohawk Turtle Clan from 6 Nations of the Grand River. I'm 22 years old, and with Indigenous Clean Energy, I started in the Generation Power program, and I was matched with an amazing employer at RFS Energy, where I've been working at for a little bit now. And I also started in the Imagination program this year, where I am focusing on bringing an electric vehicle shuttle to Kitchener-Waterloo, Cambridge, where we have a large population of urban Indigenous people who are either displaced from their community and face a lot of transportation barriers. So my whole thing is increasing community while decreasing emissions. So thank you. Yanko.
Making sure that works. Hello all, Dansadoi Aisinowak. How are you all doing? It's good to see you all here. It's another beautiful day. My name is Samuel Marty. I am from Treaty 6, Alberta, Frog Lake First Nations. I like to say I'm a man of many titles, but today I am introducing you as the Clean Energy Coordinator of Frog Lake First Nations. I'd like to kind of shed light of how I got into here, and it would be to my first cousin, Michael Marty. I take him as my brother. And with his open arms, Aiden and myself were able to come into the Clean Energy Network running and with great speed. So far, we've been able to capture a great amount of capacity in terms of our own knowledge into here, and it's been amazing so far, and I look forward to speaking a bit more about it in the questions. I'll pass it on to Drew. Thank you all.
Gwe, ni nak nogama, ni ndelawisi migjijinam, ak nin abuwetnawa migma. Hello everyone. My name is My spirit name is Turtle Man. I go by my given name, Drew Bernard, and I am from the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq in Prince Edward Island. I am the energy lead of my community, Lennox Island First Nation, and I was a catalyst for last year's cohort. Through my work as an energy champion for my community, I've actually kind of moved on to being a mentor for this year's cohort of catalysts, and I'm always excited to be continuing on my journey with ICE and any opportunity that I can. Since my graduation from college in 2021, we've been working on a wide array of energy. Anybody that works in energy knows that energy isn't just, it isn't just solar power, it isn't just wind, it's a really widely encompassing topic or thing to work on. So we're working on some pre-development work for a 37 megawatt solar farm. We're signing a power purchase agreement for our first 12 megawatts of wind development. We negotiated an agreement with the government to develop 45 megawatts of wind within the province. We just secured $300,000 to complete deep energy retrofits. We've had our entire community audited for energy. We installed 65 heat pumps for heating system electrification, and we just secured $25,000 per household to fully electrify our heating systems within the community. So we're really looking at energy as with a really holistic approach to ensure that nobody's left behind, for those that are dealing with energy poverty, to ensure that we're lifting them up on this journey with us. And really excited to be here to share my story with you, and to be involved with ICE, and to share my story with young energy professionals from all across the country. Thank you, Willalan.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, I give a brief introduction. My name is Aiden Abraham. I am the Clean Energy Youth Coordinator for Frog Lake First Nations. I am the project lead for EV Charge Up within our nation, as well as Imagination. And all of we are also, the three of us in Frog Lake, we're a part of Generation Power, which is another great program, headed by Alex Lemay. I just wanted to shout him out. He's just over there. He's a real deadly guy. He's the best. Yeah, and I also wanted to acknowledge our graphic recording today, Alina Starrett. And going into our personal highlights. Oh, she's not even there. Just kidding. That's okay. I also, quickly, I totally forgot to do this. I want to thank my mom today, because it is her birthday. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my mother and all of the things that she was able to teach us. And I want to thank all of our matriarchal figures within our lives, as we wouldn't be here today without all of the matriarchs within our society. And that goes into our project and personal highlights. And I want to break down those words of person and light. The University of Birmingham actually revealed the shape of a photon for the very first time. And you can actually see that it is emitting light. So this is very crucial and critical to how we think about ourselves and the light within ourselves. So I wanted to highlight that for this portion and this segment, and how the light of each person of the panel is lighting and leading the path towards sustainability, especially with our first speaker on this segment, Madison. She's studying in post-secondary right now, and she recently completed a CBC interview about her Imagination project as well, that you can find online. And this highlights, and from the stage earlier today, for the breakout sessions, women are clearly lighting the path and leading the way to sustainability. Okay, so Madison, to lead with answering, can you share with us some of your matriarchal figures in your life, or role models that have contributed to lighting your fire, so to speak, and how does this contribute to your project?
I feel like I can't name every single one because the list would be too long, but of course, the main one would be my Aista, my mom. Haudenosaunee, we're very strong in our matriarch, and I'm very thankful for that. Going back, I'm very proud being Mohawk, and kind of reclaiming that, because on our status cards, my whole family is a mix, and we kind of just ignore that. We go back to being Mohawk because that's who we are. That's who my mom was and my grandma was. So, I have I have a lot of matriarchal leaders and aunties that I really look up to. And yeah, like before I got into clean energy, I worked in social work, and I was really honored to kind of work with the women there and just see how much strength that they carry in healing their own journeys for their kids going forward and for the generations going forward. And I feel like I draw a lot of strength from that, just working with them and attending ceremonies with them and kind of looking up to how far they came in the time that I worked with them. And I feel like they were also a huge inspiration for my project because I did anti-human trafficking work, right? And so being able to bring the women back home to their communities and watch some as they sat in ceremony and received their names, gone to their first ceremonies, do their berry fast, all these different things, I can just see how being with community, either in ceremony or in craft circle, however that looks, how that contributes to wellness. And when the women are well in our community will be well. And so just watching that from afar, I wanted to bring that idea and bring the idea of connection back home into my project. So yeah, hence the shuttle to try and get everyone back together again, even in an urban setting. So yeah.
Thank you. And Sam, can you jump in on a talking point of some of your matriarchal figures or Mother Earth itself in the time of, and some of your reflections on that, I guess you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was, they say it takes a community to raise a child, and I am that child. I was raised by, numerous elders in my community, both men and women. My kukums, my mushrooms, I take everyone as my relations. And it was with that, their guidance and their love and their protection that they gifted me throughout growing up in my nation. It is with this that I'm giving back to each and every one of them. It's with this that I'm able to retain our medicines and our lands and our tools that lie within it. And also my mother. Without my mother, she's my grounding rock. And, she supported me throughout all my wildest adventures and career path that I have taken to get to this point. And even to this day, she's, calling me, texting me, making sure I'm fine. And so I really give thanks to all the women here. It's all the women. We have to protect our women, and they're our grounding factor. And us crazy guys can go out there and shoot for the stars. They're the ones that are going to be like, hey, be real here for a moment. So I'd like to thank all the women that are surround us in our lives because they're all very important to us. Even when we meet them, Albrianne, Alexandra, another matriarch in our network for the Clean Energy team. Without them, we would sure be struggling. But I'd just like to shed light there and just give thanks. But yeah, there's too many to name in my community. Everyone calls me grandson, but much love there, and shout out to Frog Lake. Thank you.
How does this contribute to your project as well? How do these figures contribute to your project as well?
Well, I guess they can say they're just the grounding factor, and whenever I need help or that support, they're uplifting, they're empowering, and when I go and tell them these projects that we're working on, there's nothing but positivity and light that comes from them, from my cookums, from my mother, from my aunties, from Aubrianne, Alexandra. All of them play a key role into this and building and making a strong foundation for ourselves so that we can go out there and execute these projects with, a background of knowledge and support. So there's many levels that the women help us in our project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Drew, going on to you, could you talk a little bit about the light for your vision of your own project and some of your matriarchal figures that contributed to this, and as well as going into the path to sustainability and how youth programs like iGen and Catalyst, and as well as Generation Power, help to increase capacity for young like-minded individuals?
Yeah, so my mother, Chief Darlene Bernard, has been chief in my community since I was 4 years old. I'm now 27, and I've always been living in the shadow of a strong Indigenous woman that I've seen lead my community through my entire childhood. And that has completely shaped me into the person that I am today. And, you know, I like to do what I can to mentor young youth and try to lift up the people in my community, and that all stems from me being able to see firsthand the way that my mother was able to deal with some of the issues that we faced in our community, and that includes, you know, dealing with things with compassion, listening to others when they're speaking, trying to understand the lens that they see their life through. So that is something that affects me and affects the way that I manage all of my projects. I have that looking down on me throughout everything that I do, and it's a really, really powerful emotion to be feeling, and a very powerful thing that truly drives me in everything that I do. Yeah, I guess in the iGen side of things and ICE, these programs have really increased my confidence to do the work that I do. You know, I draw a lot from my mother and seeing the compassionate leadership that she has. But whenever I joined ICE, I didn't realize just the amount of support that I was going to get, and the confidence of having an entire team behind me that I can rely upon to know that I'm doing good work in my community. The first time that I spoke at a public event, I was just like so nervous. I was speaking really slow, and you know, now I'm here on this panel, and I feel super comfortable talking to all of you, and that's because of the connections that I've made through ICE, through iGen, through the Catalyst 2020 program. It's having that confidence behind me to know that what I'm doing is right, and it doesn't even matter if the person that I'm speaking to in front of me doesn't agree with what I am doing is right. I know, and I have been assured through all of this capacity building that we all experience through these programs, that we are on the right path. We are on the path of sustainability. We are on the path of self-governance, and this is an important path to be on and an exciting path to be on, and I carry that with me every day. Well,
thank you, Drew. Great. And Michael, could you wrap up with your own answer for for your project and the pathway to sustainability? Do you mind talking about the holistic vision behind these projects and the intention of leaving something behind for the next generations?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Aiden. You know, when we go into projects in my nation, we are always thinking holistically, and we're always thinking about the next 7 generations. You know, back in the day when they signed those treaties, they weren't thinking about the money that we were going to get. They were thinking about the next 7 generations and how these treaties would impact those generations. And with the projects that we're doing in Frog Lake, we always go into it with that holistic and 7-generation mindset. You know, in the past, in my community, we are oil and gas heavy community. You know, we have had more oil wells than we do houses in our community. You know, I had one of my first dates with my girlfriend at an oil well. So, you know, that was my reality. And, you know, the way I looked at it was, you know, our past leaders went into it thinking about oil and gas for the money. And now, my generation, we're living with those impacts that they left on us. We are having to deal and clean up all the mess they made. Yes, it gave my nation a lot of money, but, you know, money is, you know, the root to all evil, as I like to say. And, you know, that money divided our community. And now it's, you know, doing much more. It's impacting our environment. And now that it's impacting our environment, it's impacting our ceremonies and our culture. You know, everything we do in our ceremonies and culture, we use everything in the environment. But now, you know, the oil and gas, the fossil fuels are starting to destroy that for our people. So now when us, my generation, you know, me, Aiden, Sam, Madison, Drew, when we go into these projects, we're not thinking about the money. We're thinking about how we're going to impact these 7 generations. And because we're thinking like that, you know, we're putting that good, clean energy into these projects, which will then affect the next 7 generations in a clean and good way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the pathway to sustainability is very great, but it is also hard to put into practice at times, and oftentimes maybe not even supported by our own leadership, or as well as the I don't know why I wrote it like that. But anyways, we're gonna be going into our challenges and hopes and pathways forward from our projects as well. So we wanna highlight some of these things. I wanna wrap up and highlight this section with our calls to action. The importance of youth being in the youth space of business and how we navigate all of our projects. So for this section, I want to highlight Madison as well, once more. With your project name, I'm sorry, I can't try to pronounce it. Kineka?
Dankweanawago.
What is the story behind the hope behind naming these projects on Indigenous nations in traditional languages?
Yeah, so a big part of growing up, I was always surrounded by my community, my nation, and my language. But when I moved to Kitchener, I lost a lot of that. I felt very isolated. I didn't know when gatherings were, where they were, and I lost my language. I didn't even remember how to say hello. Okay, maybe that's like exaggeration, but it was really hard because our language is used in ceremonies. It's like how we relate to the world around us, and so when I was finally able to get to these different ceremonies and gatherings, I was able to pick up my language, and now I can say the Ahandongariwa Tegwa, which is like something I'm very proud of because that's how we give thanks to the world around us and Yerinistaha our Mother Earth. And so because my project is rooted in community and connection, and a big part of my own story is that reconnection to language, I wanted the name to be in Mohawk. And so Dankweanawago means all of us working together. That's like the loose translation. And it's just focused on how we have to kind of get rid of that individualistic mindset. We have to have that collective mindset as a community, bring community home to each other and bring community together to care for our Mother Earth. So having my project in the language also honors my own family's journey with reconnection and language and my nation's efforts to language revitalization. So.
Thank you, Madison. Next, we want to go on to Samuel. And for this section, I realized that we're going from youngest to oldest. So this is what I wanted to highlight here, and this is why we're going this way. So for Samuel, the question I have for you is, in the pathway to net zero housing, what do you find is the constant consideration to keep in mind when leading a project like yours?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question, Aiden. I believe it is very important to see what the community needs. You know, we're working with a handful of professionals and partners that we have with our nation, but the most crucial part is our people and what our people need. And we achieve this by going through there with community engagement and asking, you know, what does a successful home look like to you? Because we don't want to just bring in, you know, these houses that look good but aren't generational homes. Oh geez, I lost my train of thought. But they're not generational homes. We wanted to bring in something that is for the community, by the community. And that's something that I think sets our project apart from others. Yeah, the main aspect would have to be is listening to our people and their concerns, and also bridging the innovation, you know, to our nation. As it is, it's a beautiful home. Net zero is new, and a lot of people, our nation members, don't understand exactly what it pertains to. But the great part is we're able to share that knowledge with them and inform them on our decisions. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you for your interesting answer. Now to follow up with Sam, with Michael. The question I have for you is, how do you define leadership in the context of sustainability? And an add-on to that is, what role does interdisciplinary collaboration play in advancing sustainable development?
Yeah, I would say, you know, being a leader is so much more than being the chief and counsel of your community. It's about leading your community with clean thoughts, clean energy, and a positive mindset, while also balancing your self-love and determination. If you're not in a good mindset outside of leading and the business world, you won't be able to fully conduct yourself while doing this work. That is why, for me, ceremonies is an important piece that helps me stay grounded, protected, and continue my positive outlook on life and my work. I feel like, that as young leaders in our community, we have a lot of people who tend to not listen to us because we're young. But, I'm here to tell you that you do have a voice, and you do have a place in this world and a journey. And, for me, what it is you just have to put yourself out there, and you have to go and really try. And, maybe one of these doors might shut on your face, but guess what? There's going to be 5 more that open up beside it that you can go through and, figure out your journey. Leave it at that.
Thank you. Amazing answer, Michael. And Drew, to wrap up with this segment, I have some questions for you. How can young professionals advocate for sustainable agricultural practices at scale and implement these systems? And an add-on to that would be, what trends in greenhouse technology excite you the most?
I think that, youth, in the ways that they can do something is really just by getting involved, There's, like Michael said, we do have a voice, and it's a very important voice, and now more than ever, people are actually listening to our voices, not only as Indigenous people, but as Indigenous youth. And we need to seize on this moment right now and take advantage of that. People are seeing us, we are being seen, and now is the time for us to stand up, to get in those rooms, to have those difficult conversations, and assert our sovereignty in the way that our ancestors believe that we can. And, there's an opportunity for us all to do that, and it doesn't matter if it's, a meeting with chief and council, or if it's a meeting with the premier of your province. There are ways to get in front of the people that make decisions and be seen and be heard. And that's what I think is important, is getting involved, getting some experience under your belt, learning what it is that you're advocating for so that you understand it completely. Get some advice from some traditional leaders within your community, so get some culture included in that, and really push that forward. You need to just start working in your community and doing what's right, and the right people will find you. Your work will speak for itself. So get involved, start doing what it is. It doesn't matter what your vision is, or what your passion is that you want to do in your community. There's a place for everything within energy. So find your passion, find what you want to do, start doing that, start writing your story, and then let your story pave the path forward for you. And I didn't really touch on what was the second part of that? Second part.
Yeah. What trends in greenhouse technology excite you the most?
Yeah, so our iGen project, our Imagination project, was $50,000 towards greenhouse upgrades for, we have a 30 by 60 greenhouse in our community. And we already have like a geothermal heating system in it, but it's not like, it's really just like an open hole in the ground, and it keeps it from freezing in the wintertime. So what we want to do in our greenhouse is put in some building automation technology, humidity sensors, temperature sensors, and really have this optimized with a heat pump and also with agrivoltaics outside to run the heat pump. So if you're not familiar with agrivoltaics, it's solar panels, but basically on a raised racking system, so you can still cultivate the land beneath it. So we want to implement that solar system, have that connected to a heat pump, and have that all connected to building automation systems so that our growers that are working in our greenhouse can focus on the growing and not on the managing of the building. It's really important that we alleviate those concerns, because so much of the time in Indigenous communities, we're just trying to keep everything together, but we can't move forward. So let's put the technology in place so that we can focus on what's important: food sovereignty, energy sovereignty, self-determination. Malalan.
Amazing answer, Drew. We're going to do a fireside closing. So going from Drew coming back this way, Think of one sentence or message to leave behind with the audience in wrapping up, for firing up their fireside visions of each person out there in the crowd.
Yeah, so I don't really just have one sentence, but this is what I wanted to say in this, is that, you know, the grid as we know it has been that way since electricity was invented. It's been operated by colonial institutions, and we've been constrained by the rates that are set from regulators across this country. But right now we're faced with an energy transition, and this energy transition is going to change the way that we view energy. We're moving towards decentralized energy systems, and we're moving towards true sovereignty for our nations. And you know, what's important here is that we get ourselves positioned in the places that we need to be so that we can provide the energy for our people. And you look at this energy transition as not a way for us to be net zero, but for us to find a way to self-determination, for us to find a way to true sovereignty. And that's what this energy transition is presenting to us. So let's rise up as Indigenous people, get those systems in place so that we can provide the power of tomorrow, but then so that we can also provide the power for the next 7 generations. There's going to be things like data centers, like AI. Everything is moving towards a digital world, and more we're going to need to be able to provide that power. And it's important for us as Indigenous people to rise up and get the experience under our belt so that we can provide the energy needed for net zero, but then provide the energy needed for our communities well into the future. Willalan.
Thank you, Drew. Samuel?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like Drew, it's kind of hard to condense that into one sentence. But my words for you all today is, it is now time for the Red Nation to rise and its allies. It is our turn to make that change in our nation. It is our turn to return the love back to Gagawin-o-Aski, Mother Earth. You know, we are all here gathered because we're here with a purpose, and we're here with intention, and that intention is for a better future for the next 7 generations. I empower you all to continue what you're doing and accomplish what it is that you're dreaming of, because dreams don't work unless we do. And right now, this room, we can hold so much weight, we can carry our nation forward. And Sagito Aisinawak, I love you all as my brothers and sisters, and it's time for that change. Aho.
Thank you. Madison?
My call to action would be just to remember that community is above all, our community and our relations include the land and our Mother Earth. She was our first mother, and so just keeping that in mind as we move forward. Like Drew said, we have a new world that we have to learn to be in, and so just remembering to kind of root ourselves in our Mother Earth and remember that going forward. So, Nyonko, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madison. All righty. Michael?
All right, thank you. A little bit hard to follow that up, but I'll do my best. You know, I'll leave you guys with this. You know, everybody here has their truth. You know, everybody knows why they're here and, you know, what they're trying to accomplish. There's going to be a lot of people on this journey who are going to try to bring you down and, you know, try to create rumors or, you know, do things that will, you know, make you feel not good. What I'm telling you right now, you know, keep your chin up, your chest out, and keep moving forward. You know, what we're supposed to be doing is walking with each other, not above each other. And, you know, that's the way I look at it is, you know, we've been so lost in the past colonizer viewpoint that we need someone to lead us. But no, it's not like that. We need to come together and we need to lead with each other, together. So, as we like to say in my culture, akamemok, you know, don't give up, keep moving forward. You got this. And, you know, something that my brothers here, Sam and Aiden, always talk about with me is, you know, we are a living testimony of our ancestors. Their prayers are the reason why we're here today, why I'm able to speak to you today. And, you know, don't forget that. Don't forget that you're loved and you have those ancestors behind you, helping you on this journey. So, akamemok, hi everybody.
Thank you so much. And if I were to leave something with you guys today, it would be to give back just as much as we take from the land, as the Mother Earth sustains us and creates us and, you know, nurtures us each and every day. So give thanks, be grateful each and every morning. Give thanks to your sun, because the sun is the very first, you know, star that you can wish on right in the morning. And it gives us energy each and every day. And, you know, some of these energy systems are what we utilize today. Within chaos lies opportunity, and opportunities multiply when seized. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. And all of us are warriors up here today, lighting a pathway to sustainability. Modern day warriors, let's go. I want to thank Drew, Stan, take a bow. I want to thank Samuel. I want to thank Madison. I want to thank Michael.
And I want to thank Aiden. Good job, Aiden.
Thank you so much. And I want to reveal our graphic recording done by Alina Starrett. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much today. Have a great rest of your day.
Right on, guys. Right on. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's give them a round of applause. Right on. How inspiring is that, ladies and gentlemen, to hear our young people doing those good things that you have shown them, some of our older generation. You know, you have paved the pathway for these young people, our ancestors that put that vision, that planted that seed. You are the reason why they're continuing that work, and they're going to expand on it. They're going to build on it. They're going to create something beautiful for our future generations. So, man, oh man, one more time, give them a round of applause. They deserve it. Young people, right on. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to our next moderator from Kidaginzibeng, Quebec. If I said that right or I said that close. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the ever so talented Corey Coate.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. So glad to be here today. Very hard to follow up Aiden. He has a very soothing voice, and he's very well spoken, so I'll try my best. Yeah, so my name is Corey Coate. I guess I am from Kitigan-Zibi Anishinaabe in Quebec. My Mohawk, I'm half Algonquin on my mother's side, half Mohawk on my father's side. My Mohawk name is Garaguje, which stands for Flying Sun. So it's very happy to be here. And today we're going to be talking about energy efficiency and housing, a topic that's very close to all of our hearts up here. So very excited to share a little bit about the work that we're doing within bringing it home and some of the work at ICE. So, that's loud. When it comes to energy efficiency, there's a few things that I wanted to kind of share today. My notes are not opening up here, so one second. They disappeared on me. Okay. I guess I'm going to wing it here. So energy efficiency is very important to housing. It has a lot of impacts that are very much unseen. When we talk about energy efficiency, oftentimes, and this is something that Chris Henderson often says, is that it happens sort of, it's not sexy. It happens in the background of clean energy. It's, you know, with renewable energy projects, wind projects, solar projects, it's very upfront. You can see it, while energy efficiency is very much in the background. But the consequences of poor housing practices, poor energy efficiency, are very, very evident in communities. We've all seen it. It's right up front and center when you go into some communities. You can see the issues that they're dealing with. So for us, we kind of have to take an approach with energy efficiency where we are advocating for some of the benefits and really educating people on the benefits of energy efficiency, because it's more than just the efficiency. When we approach this topic with community members, we often have to bring up the impacts that really resonate with community members. So, things like health, affordability, durability of the homes, the sustainability of the homes, really, that really affects the world around us. It affects so much. So it has a lot of cultural ties as well. Growing up, I was always taught to take only what I need from the land. Conservation was a big thing in my culture and a lot of Indigenous cultures. So there's a very close cultural tie there for us. When I think about housing and communities and energy efficiency, how do I say this? Clean, sustainable housing is so important. When you don't have that, a lot of communities, families are living in homes that are not supporting their lifestyle. And so when I think about energy efficiency and housing, and my culture, it's like, where do you go to learn your culture? Where do you go to learn to be Indigenous? A lot of it comes on the land, but a lot of it comes in the home. So when the home is broken and not supporting your lifestyle, a lot of our communities, we're losing part of ourselves. It's really a hard issue. When I think about my childhood growing up, I feel like I was privileged because I did have a good home. I did have my grandparents around me. I got to learn my culture. I got to harvest my meat in the house, right on the kitchen table. We had that, and to me, to think back and about my childhood in that way, I really feel privileged to have a home that was healthy and durable and allowed for that lifestyle. But then when I sit back to reflect on that, that should not be a privilege. That is definitely 100% a right. Every Indigenous family, every Indigenous home in Canada should have access to sustainable, clean, healthy homes. That's just a right. So some of the programming that we're running at ICE to support this work is with the Bringing It Home program, which I am the program manager for. We are supporting Indigenous communities in developing large-scale clean energy, energy efficiency housing projects. And so we've really kind of promoted this by developing a project accelerator program, and I do want to talk about that for those who are not familiar with it. The program itself is really focusing on supporting community-led projects, but also community-scale projects, so that our champions that are coming in to step up, and I'm joined by two wonderful people here today as part of the program that you'll hear a bit from in a minute. We are supporting them through that project development phase so that they can actually go out and develop this project with supports that they need. So we offer coaching, we offer virtual and in-person capacity building, we offer grants for them to actually get out on the ground and actually do the work that they need to do in order to understand what the cost is going to be, because there is a cost to understanding the cost of what these projects take. So yeah, with that, I mean, it's been great. We've gone through our first cohort, had 16 communities come in and step up and commit, who are committed to taking on this work and making a difference in the communities, in their communities and for their communities. And I love that it's driven by the communities. And beyond that, we actually have just selected our second cohort, and I'll put up the map on the PowerPoint went away, but wait 1 second, oh no. There's the map. So this is the second cohort of Bringing It Home communities that will be taking on and stepping up to develop large-scale energy efficiency housing projects for them. And so it's really, really exciting. We are a national program. We have people coming from all across Canada, and the one thing that I'll say is that no matter where we're coming from, even though we're national people from coast to coast to coast, we're all facing very similar challenges. And so that's something that really I want to hear, and you can both talk about today. But I'll shut up now, and I'll pass it on to Chantel. And please introduce yourself and your community, and let's share a little bit about the work that you're developing through the program.
Ani, my name is Chantal Kijigo. I'm from Chippewa-the-Thames First Nations. It's about 2.5 hours away from here in Toronto. We're located along the Thames River. I had started my position here with my nation about 2 years ago. I'm coming from an administrative background, so the energy sector was fairly new to me. I've heard a lot of stories from a lot of the participants through ICE and just from different conferences that at the beginning, yes, it is very lonely, trying to figure out where it is that you're going and what it is that you're doing. So here I am. I applied for the Bringing It Home Project Accelerator program, and this is where I got my push to start doing the work that I need to do when it comes to energy and in my community, and where are we going with that. So I'm very thankful to be here. It's been a great journey, learning all these different things and bringing like the whole program, bringing it home. I'm bringing it home to my community to better our homes within that community. Are we gonna do this? Oh, go ahead. Yes. Next. Okay, so this is where I'm from. Currently, right now, we have a little over 1,000 people living on reserve, and a lot of people now, with the cost of living being increased, inflation, everybody's coming home, so we're making room for that. Next slide. So, with the Bringing It Home Project Accelerator program, this is where I got my start. I didn't know where to go with this, and I was thankful for the advice from Gail Lawler to start with the EnerGuide audits, 10% of your housing stock. So that's where I started, and that's where I brought in my EnerGuide energy auditor, Jonathan Linton. He has been one huge support for me. Kind of shadowed him on some of these EnerGuide audits so that I understand what it is that we're doing and where we're going. And with that, we have identified different concerns within our nation, which is, and I'm sure a lot of these nations have the same concerns, the water, the flooding, and the power outages, and what it's doing to the health of our homes and what it's doing to the health of our our residents. And then with that, brought in some amazing interns, which I'll get to in a minute. But with all these different concerns and the findings, we are now going to update our energy plan, because at the beginning, reading our energy plan, it was based on assumption from another organization that had come in, didn't really come into the community. They just wrote this energy plan. Now that we have the live data, the data gathered, we can now move forward. We're going to update our energy plan and update it to an energy and environmental plan because of all the different needs and concerns that we had come across. Mainly it was the elders going into their homes and, you know, just seeing things that they don't see. They can't get into their attic. They can't get into their basement. They can't find those the leaky faucets or anything like that. So with the help of Jonathan, we've been able to identify those concerns, and I'm very thankful for him for being able to walk beside me and show me and lead the way to bettering the homes for our community. Next slide. So with that, the biggest thing is building capacity within our nation, and we're starting with our youth. Our youth are our future, and I brought along one of my interns with me, Jasmine Craig. She has been amazing at all the work that she has been doing, and I'm so proud of her at the path that she is going down. I do have another intern. She's not here, but her name is Bianca, and I'm so proud of her as well. You guys are amazing. And without this amazing team, things like this wouldn't have been able to be, we wouldn't be able to be where we are right now. And it's all for, not only for us, it's for our community, it's for our people. Next slide. So throughout all of it, we've been able to develop relationships, partnerships, Jazz Solar being one of them, and I'm thankful for Natalie being here to support me on this, and Grace Russell. And I also want to give a shout out to my supervisor, Brennan. You have been a major support for me, and just helping me out through this way. And I couldn't have done it without any of you, without ICE, without Indigenous Clean Energy, without any of the people in my cohort. You guys are the ones that have supported me and pushed me along the way, because there was times where I just said, what am I doing? But here I am, and I'm continuing on and going to work towards the betterment of all our homes within our nation. Next slide. I think that's it. It's your turn. So that's where I'm at right now in my journey. I'm very thankful for all your people and for everyone in this room to listen to my story. I'm thankful to be able to sit on this panel with Jamie. You're an amazing person as well. All the work that we're doing is all amazing because it's not for us, it's for our people. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chantal. That was really enlightening. My name's Jamie Pond. I am the Capital Project Manager for Kwikwisut-Nahakwami's First Nation. I am of mixed heritage of Irish and Coast Salish, BC Coast. My dad is Mi'kmaq and European from Newfoundland, so I go coast to coast. To introduce the community that I work for, Kwikwisut-Nahakwami's First Nation is, for those of you that know anything about BC, you will leave Vancouver and get on a 2-hour ferry to Vancouver Island. Then you'll drive 6 hours up Vancouver Island, and when you get to Port McNeill, you'll get on a small boat that will take an hour to get to Health Bay on Guilford Island, which is where the village is. And 20 minutes up the coast from there on the same island, on Guilford Island, is Echo Bay. Kwaklawati Echo Bay is a marina that the nation purchased to jumpstart some economics. So for me, I've had the privilege of coming to the Bringing It Home program from the ICE Catalyst program 2023, and I was just so excited to see my cohort up here on the stage previous to us. Yes. So with the Bringing It Home program and the Catalyst program, I had the opportunity to apply for IODI, which is Indigenous Off-Diesel Initiative with Enercan. And as a result, I was free to choose which way I wanted to go with that funding. Our nation is eligible up to $1.5 million to work on a project on either power or energy efficiency. And because power is not infinite, I chose the DSM side. Like Chris Henderson has said, and Cody has said, and Bonnie Van Tassel has said, you know, DSM is not sexy, but, you know, it sustains and prolongs the power that you're producing, and that's equally as important. And so the logical place to start with that is in your housing. So with that, the IODI funding is broken up into a planning and training stage and then an implementation stage. So with the planning, we are doing community engagement with community meetings and developing an energy policy. And where the policy is important is continuity of future ensurement that we continue on this same path. The policy will set out a roadmap for what the expectations are and level. You know, we're not building houses to code, we're building houses above code. And in BC, we use a step code, and you know, we are driving towards step code 5 houses. We're not there yet, but that's part of the education and training and work towards producing a policy that ensures that we don't stray from our path. So in addition to doing a lot of consultation with our membership and our leaders and our managers and our youth and our elders, we have also done some action pieces. One thing I wanted to mention with the workshops and that sort of thing, what we've done is cultural workshops where we're doing regalia making or drum making, and during those functions, we're talking about clean energy. And I'm not sure, I apologize to whoever in ICE sent me the bingo kit. I think it might have been Allie. But I've used the bingo kit. It's fun, and you know, when you put you know, a game to it, it makes it more fun for people to learn. And then when you put it in with cultural activities, it makes it more relaxing for you know, elders and other people who are a little shy to engage. So with that, we also started our residential energy audits. We have 36 houses in our village, 6 are brand new. And those 6 were built to a really high energy efficiency code with you know, high insulation. It's got a HRV heat pump combined unit. It's a styrofoam filled slab on grade foundation, and a number of other things. So we use those as the bottom line for what our expectations are. And in the other 30 houses, our energy audit focused on what we need to do to rectify the deficiencies. Being really remote, we're at risk of contractors that self-serve, and you know, they bring in inspectors that you know, give them the passing grade, and you know, we're no different from any other nation. We were a victim of that. So we have 30 houses that you know, I think our oldest house is 15 years, and you know, they're nowhere near what they need to be. And we've got issues with heating. We, you know, a lot of our heaters are propane furnaces. So one of the things in our comprehensive community plan is that our members want propane abatement. Propane is not clean energy. And no one can convince me different of that because of what it does in our brothers and sisters' backyards. But moving with that, we're also doing a hydro feasibility to support a solar battery hybrid system that we currently have. And so that's going to be an exciting, balance in having solar for sunshine and hydro for in the winter. The other pieces we're doing with the houses is we're doing workshops for people in the village to do heat pump maintenance and ensuring that they understand the system of their house. Where's Gail? House is a system. And with all the mentors from the ICE program, everything that I've included in this is little bits and pieces of wisdom from each of them. So I already introduced that we're in the Bringing It Home program. I was in the Catalyst program, but we also have a youth, Oriana B. Johnson, I think she's over there somewhere. And she applied and got into the Imagination program, and she's doing a solar heated greenhouse. And it's just amazing to watch the capacity grow. And, we're just so fortunate to have Indigenous Clean Energy supporting us in all the right ways with a roadmap already set out for us. So now we're just closing up our community energy plan. We're presenting our draft in February 5th, and we've got Corey coming. We've invited Chris Henderson, Bonnie Van Tassel is coming. Michael Vey from Heltzig is coming to present on what their community has already achieved. So that's going to be a great learning plan for us as well. So this, the picture you're looking at here, this is what we live with every day. The bear, it's a black bear, not a grizzly, and these animals are right on our doorstep. And this is also what we do it for. It's not just the health of the people and the self-determination and the independence, but it's also to protect our four-leggeds and our winged family around us. And so that concludes me.
Okay. Thank you. So we're out of time, but I'll kind of wrap it up by just kind of thanking you very much for sharing what you're doing. I think it really is important to highlight that these projects are not just about the housing. Like, you're incorporating community education, you're doing youth, you're creating youth employment. You're doing, the visioning is coming from community members themselves, and you're developing these new partnerships that never existed. You know the right questions to ask and how to ask, procure these services to make sure that the work is being done properly. And I think that's a big message that we've been trying to sort of support, and I'd really love to see that it's in action now. And yeah, that's just a small, we only got 20 minutes. We can talk all day about what we're doing, so I really appreciate you condensing that into 10 minutes each. And so thank you very much, and yeah, that's it.
I think they want one more round of applause. Right on. Good job. Good job. All right, I got to listen to the bosses, what they tell me, so I'm going to take this mic, okay, guys? But I need you guys to stand up real quick before we take a break. A special request by our organizers here. Awesome, awesome, and smile. You're learning. You're a part of that. I'm going to invite all our people over there to come on over here. all our people over there to come on over here. We want to take a class picture because you guys are all first class in my books. All right? We got a camera person way up there. You see the curtains up there? Practice your smile. All right? Oh, she's over there, so we're going to look over that way. So come on over because we want you to see your shiny faces. I'm not a very good runner. All right, we need you to come a little closer. The people in the back, come on over. Start smiling, start practicing. I want you all to grab a shoe and try and hit me with it. We need you guys to smile real big. I want you guys on the count of 3 to start saying, moose meat. Okay, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, we need you guys to come a little closer. Yeah, come on over. Squeeze in nice and tight. Pretend you guys like each other. All right? A little tighter. Shoulder to shoulder. Oh, look at the little babies here. Whose baby is that? Right on. I'll babysit. You got babysitting money? All right. Let's all blow them a kiss on the count of 3. Again, we say moose meat. What's your favorite food? 1, 2, 3. Moose meat. Now I want you guys to do a real crazy wave. Wave at the camera. Smile. And one more time on the count of 3. Let's try this, all right? Are you ready? Are you on high speed? All right. On the count of 3, I want you guys to try and jump. All right? Because you guys have been sitting on your butts for like 2 hours, all right? I want you guys to jump 3 times. All right? You know that commercial, all right? That one that goes... On the count of 3, try not to hit the baby. 1, 2, 3. Keep jumping. Come on, jump. Higher, higher, higher. All right, guys, miigwech. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we're going to come on back, all right? 10 minutes and come on back. Go get some donuts. Go get some soda. Go have a healthy cigarette, but don't inhale. 10 minutes. I'd like to welcome everybody that has joined us here today, everybody that has partaked in the knowledge sharing that's going on today. You know, I'd like to invite everybody very respectfully to come on back if you can, as our next set of speakers have shown us the way. They are here to share some of their successes, their adventures, their stories, their jokes, all that good stuff. I know I was talking to the chief. You know, the chief is also a champion jigger. So maybe we're going to do that a little bit later. Yeah, that's how he got all his votes, he told me. Right on, chief. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you all the way from the Algonquin Nation. Jason, he's not Algonquin, but nobody's perfect. But all the way from Ottawa, Jason Collard. Let's give him a round of applause, our mediator.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Yes, my name is Jason Collard. I'm originally from Ottawa, which is on the traditional Algonquin territory. I've had the great privilege of living in the Northwest Territories in Degagoti territory in Fort Providence. I am part owner of a company called Gunazoo Energy. For those of you that don't know, Gunazoo in Dene Jati means good. So you've just learned maybe your first Dene word. Gunazoo Energy works with Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories on clean energy planning. Our process starts with meeting communities where they're at and community members where they're at in their healing journeys. And the base of all of our projects is community identified needs and projects that spring from and are guided by traditional Indigenous knowledge. Up on the stage right now are some of my great friends. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, say a few words, but that's myself. Angus, do you want to introduce yourself and where you're from?
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. I'm just kidding. Hello, my name's Angus James Capelblank Jr. I'm from Fort Liard, Northwest Territories, traditionally known as Etchedeneko First Nation, Treaty 11 territory. I'm 23 years old. I'm currently the geothermal community coordinator for my community. We are doing a geothermal exploration project. Masisho, Miigwetchin, Tansi, thank you.
All right. Johnny Cash. Next, I'm going to let Grace introduce herself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Nekomiak, and I'm from Paulatuk, Northwest Territories, up in the Inuvialuit Settlement region. And I'm the Clean Energy Coordinator for the Paulatuk Energy Working Group. So right now, we're currently developing a wind, solar, and battery energy storage system project to offset our diesel consumption. And our community goals are to eventually reach 100% renewables for electricity and heating.
Woohoo! Next, we have Araya.
Hi, everybody. My name is Araya Thomas. I am from the Clan First Nation, and I'm the Resources Assistant. Let's see.
Okay. And Chief Kelly Antoine, also known as Uncle Chief.
Oh my God, Uncle Chief, hey? Yeah, that's funny, Jason. Thank you very much. I'm Chief of Treaty Clan First Nation, with Araya here from our community in the middle of the Decho region. I've got great passion for clean energy. We're working on biomass, we're working on solar, we're working on exploring the geothermal potential of our area. I'm not sure if people in the room know this, but our Decho region actually sits upon the largest geothermal anomaly in Canada. And so there's this heat that's right below us. Yeah, we got to drill through, a kilometer or two of hard granite, but, we're here to learn more about what other nations are doing to explore these resources. And hopefully one day we will be able to be here showcasing, a new project. It's very difficult up in the Northwest Territories for us to attract big investment because our numbers are so small. And so I'd like to just urge everybody here and in these large populated areas to remember us up there. It's very difficult for us to realize some of these potentials without having a large customer base to help us pay for that. So when you're developing new strategies and new techniques and new energy efficient appliances and stuff, you have to think of the challenges that we also face, because we tend to adopt a lot of those policies up in the Northwest Territories. So with that, back to you, Jason.
Okay. Wonderful. So building off Chief Kelly's point, NWT is really one big small town. It's 41,000 people spread over a territory that's larger than Ontario. It really has a unique set of challenges based on its geography, its infrastructure, and its history. And it requires a really differentiated approach. We're here to highlight a couple projects, and that's where we're going to let these amazing people speak. But there's a lot of great projects occurring across the region that aren't represented on the stage, such as some of the great projects that Grant Sullivan has undertaken in the Gritchen region. So props to Grant. We're going to turn it over to kick it off for Grace to take a little bit of time and talk about her community and the exciting project she's working on. So let's give Grace a big round of applause while she talks about that.
Yeah, as I'd mentioned earlier, I'm from Paulituck up in the Northwest Territories, and I just want to give a huge shout out. I know nobody else from Paulituck is here, but we had a lot of community interest and people sharing their pictures of our community, our land, fishing, hunting, drum dancing, everything. So we have a rolling slideshow on behalf of our community, and I just wanted to let them know, or let you guys know that although they're not quite in the space, they would like to show our community. Yeah, so I hope it'll slowly start flipping itself throughout. We've got lots of great pictures for anyone with weak stomachs. There's quite a few dead animals in there, so just a little caution. But yeah, so Paulituck is one of 6 communities located in the Inuvialuit settlement region. We're just along the coast of Darnley Bay up on the Arctic Ocean. And we've got a population of about 320 people, very, very small. Yeah, and a little bit more information about our region. So there's their map that I was hoping would show up at this point. But back in the 80s, we'd settled on a land claim agreement between the Inuvialuit people and the government of Canada. And we were able to settle on a landmass of over 900,000 squared kilometers. And that stretches throughout the Northwest Territories and a tad into the Yukon. And I'm definitely biased here, but I think our community is absolutely amazing, and all of our past, present, and future leaders all have the space available to learn and to grow and shape our people into all sorts of areas, and that's how it's kind of been with me coming into the renewable space. Like I don't have any background in renewables. I built the capacity with all of the investment belief from our community, from our leaders, through the Catalyst program, and right now I'm currently in the ARENA program, the Arctic Remote Energy Networks Academy, and yeah, Alex Cook too. But yeah, what had really initiated the urge for developing a renewable project in our community was, as I hope most would know, in the north we face the impacts of climate change 4 times faster than the rest of the world. Like, for example, I believe it was 2 years ago, over 70% of the Northwest Territories was evacuated due to wildfires. And further up north, where Paulituck is above the tree line, so we're pretty fine, thankfully. Just a little bit of a flex there. Yeah, and so in the climate crisis, we're losing our sea ice, and that's our livelihood. We depend on our country food still to this day, with high cost of living, food insecurity and many other issues. And so that was what had come up, and it's quite common for communities and for people to recognize addressing short-term issues. But our community leaders were given the smallest bit of information about renewables and development, and decided to explore it further and want this for our next future generations. I think one thing that's definitely really stuck with me throughout my position to date was one of our late elders, and just to refer back, so in Paulatuck we sit on the largest mineral deposit in the world, and many companies have tried to exploit that resource just because, unfortunately, in our land claim agreement, we mostly only have surface rights, not subsurface rights, to our lands. And but when our communities came together to discuss what we'll do with these resources, nobody in our community wanted it. Nobody wanted the infrastructure, the people, development that comes along with mining that really hurts our communities. And so this late elder, he had said no to one of the companies that was proposing this development. I'm saying no for not me, because it won't affect me. It will affect my children, my children's children, and infringe on our livelihood as Inuvialuit people. And as you can see from most of the pictures, our livelihood is on the land, on the water, and yeah. And so another few other interesting aspects of our community. We have the first co-managed national park in Canada. So quite a few decades back, our community elders and our youth wanted to protect our caribou calving grounds, just because it wasn't covered under our land claim agreement. And so our people negotiated day and night, out of town, in town, while they were hunting. They brought people from Parks Canada all the way further up north during our whaling seasons to carry the negotiations out there. And it deemed to be successful. So we have the first co-managed national park that was really paved the way through by our late elders. And they're not youth anymore. They're a few generations ahead of myself, but we have that, and we really value our marine mammals. So the whales, the fish, everything. And so our community met with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and settled on creating a marine protected area just outside of our community, where a lot of the whales will do their thing. I don't want to get into details, but protecting those areas and really doing their best to set the next generation up on preserving and protecting our lands, animals, waters, and as well as like train our people into holding themselves in spaces like this. I know it's a tad different from renewables, but our community really looks at many things in holistic ways. And with all of the issues up north, social issues, I don't, many more details. Our communities was looking at this being something for a hope for a change, looking at reducing costs for food, for electricity, and And then that leaves many impacts around food, rent, electricity. Like people sometimes are, I don't know how common it is down south, but in the north, some people have to decide to pay for their power, pay for their heating fuel, pay for their food or clothes for their kids, Pampers, whatever. There's a lot of issues, and we're really hoping to look forward to a better change for our next generations to come. Yeah, thank you.
Well, with Grace's leadership and her vision, I'm sure the future is bright. We're going to move along because we're running short on time here. Just going to give a context. No problem at all. It was beautiful, and the images just touch the heart. In August this year, Gunnazoo Energy, working with the leadership of Chief Kaylee Antoine, convened the first annual Decho Clean Energy Planning event. 11 individual community Indigenous governments came together for 3 days to identify regional energy projects they could work together on. The event used traditional knowledge and community need as the basis for the projects that would be identified. And I think that's a key difference in what we really tried to do. The first day was just about reconnecting in a fragmented region, the Decho region, reconnecting individual Indigenous governments and basing a discussion around traditional knowledge and community need, and then figuring out the projects rather than an add-on after the fact. 4 projects were identified by all 11 governments that came together: a wood stove program, a regional youth committee, a housing design, building and capacity development program, an off-grid greenhouse project. And we're going to highlight 2 of those projects now in the short time that we have left. Chief Kaylee, do you want to speak a little bit about the wood stove program, please?
For sure, Jason, thank you. The Decho wood stove project was it's not a little project. There's 350 stoves that we're going to be putting in that are high efficiency, complete with brand new chimneys. But alongside that is a robust training and capacity development portion of that. That's really going to ensure that our youth are fully involved and hopefully taking care of these stoves for their elders and their loved ones. But at the planning event, we kind of broke out into groups, but independently, all the groups had come out with the same slogan. It was pretty amazing, and that was that clean energy starts in the home. He was at the clean energy planning event. But it really does, that's where kids learn about energy first, right? It's how to heat your home, how to put the lights on, and so that's where we need to start these discussions. And so, having the youth here taking part and learning, we're all a little bit nervous because, there's probably more people in this room than there is in some of our communities. So, having them here is very important. Some of the highlights of that program are energy efficiency and cost savings. The fuel prices in the north are just absurd. We face the highest energy costs in Canada, the Northwest Territories, and I think Yukon and Nunavut are right behind us. In my community, it's almost $2 a liter for heating oil, and I'm on the road system, and I'm south. I want to shout out to our Sahtu brothers and sisters that are just north of us. Right now, they're facing $5.50 per liter for heating. So to put that in context, to fill your fuel tank that usually lasts about, hopefully, a month, is $5,000. Just to heat their homes for a month. And so, that's one of the reasons why we chose to go after the Decho wood stove project, is to realize immediate benefits to our members and really make a change as quickly as we can while we continue the conversation of clean energy and how we're going to transition away from diesel and other hydrocarbons. But the program, you know, like I said, has lots of capacity development and training. There's lots of health and well-being benefits, cultural integration. There's a language component to it. But also by harvesting the biomass in and around our communities, we all know, I think somebody spoke about it this week, that we've had some of the worst wildfire threats in history. You know, we've had the North last year evacuated almost every community, and the Detroit region luckily, you know, skirted through that danger. And so this is one way for us to really get out there, harvest that biomass, fire smart the community, and just make the people, you know, increase their self-esteem and their mental well-being. You know, and then of course there's economic development spin-offs of that and such. So I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, I think we're running short on time, and I want to leave a few seconds for maybe Angus to speak about some of the geothermal work he's been doing in his community. Merci, Joe.
Okay. We were asked to keep it short, and we're a minute and a half over, but there's some strong voices here that I want to make sure get a chance to speak. So Angus and Araya, amongst many other things they do, are kind of spearheading an initiative to start up a regional youth committee to bring youth together, to both identify some of the wellness challenges and just socioeconomic challenges and move people and support people in their journey into clean energy futures. So I wanted to let Angus and Araya say a few words, and then to the organizers, sorry for running late, we'll wrap it up shortly. Merci, Joe. Angus, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, I just want to touch base with our geothermal project. So I'm relatively new to the clean energy field. So we started this geothermal exploration project early 2023. I got the job in end of April, and I knew a little bit, just little to none of geothermal energy. I knew of solar and wind, you know, from renewables, and I didn't know, like, for like all my life I had biomass in my house. I just live on wood stove. I have no furnace in my home, so I chose not to have a furnace because I want to get off fossil fuels. It's costing a little nervous, but in our community. Thank you. What I realized in my community, what made me start my renewable journey, is the cost of living and our food security and sovereignty. So I go to the store daily, check my mail, get a little, bits of fruits I can. A little box of grapes is getting close to $20. And it's most of our fresh produce, when it gets shipped to the north, it's trucked in, and by the time it gets there, half of it's spoiled. So in small communities, we're mostly low income. So we're trying to save as much money as we can. So $20 is a lot to us, and I'm just trying to change, trying to make a better future for my fellow community members. And I'm thinking about the young ones. I'm 23 years old. I'm thinking about what Grace said, my children. I'm thinking about the generations to come, that they're going to be fighting with this issue. If we don't deal with this issue, it's going to get worse. With inflation rising in Canada, it's crazy. We're paying one of the highest power bills in the north, and we just got a big spike, and I'm really worried about my, our SR2 cousins up there. They're paying close to $5 a liter. That's crazy. And, it's only time that, it's going to reach all the communities in the north. So with renewables starting to push through in the NWT, I think it's time for the youth in the NWT to start to step up and start looking at renewables. If I knew about renewables in high school, I think that's what I'll be striving for right now. I'll be going to school, pushing the way, but I'm here now. I'm here at this wonderful gathering, and I'm just grateful to, speak a little bit about the project, to speak a little bit our concerns, and I just hope for a cleaner, greener future for the North, as in Canada. Thank you.
Great job. All right, you want to? Okay. Strong words. Okay. And with that, because we are far over, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to Bonnie and the ICE Network for bringing us down here. She was at the gathering, and Ali for the work that she's done, and Julian, who's there, who's always helping us out. Listen, huge merci cho. That means thank you in Denejati. Sorry for taking up some overtime, but I hope you enjoyed our presentation. Love to you all.
Yeah.
Merci cho.
And
if you like what you heard, let me hear you. Angus. Good job. Good job.
remember,
Okay, Ma?
it's not the size, it's how you use it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please play that jigging music now.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Ogema. Thank you. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to listen to our leaders, our communities, our businesses here to share a little bit about the vision and how they were successful, how they raised some relationships, how they nurtured the good stuff that they do. So advancing in energy, sovereignty, and collective expression. Put your hands together for James Jenkins. The beautiful, the handsome, the ever so...
Thank you so much. So we're nearing the end of the day. It's so nice to see such a full room at the end of a Friday. What I'd like to do now is we've invited a few people that have been present for the conference to share their reflections over the past 2 days. And we have a diverse group. I'd like to call up to the stage, please, Leona Humchek, who is a former advisory council member, now in Wahila-Tus, has been involved with ICE for a long time. Also, Mercedes Sandy, who is a member of our Bringing It Home program, doing wonderful work with ICE, and a member of our advisory council newly this year. Yuri Guandinango from Ecuador. Are you present? Holly Bidwell from New Zealand. And Carl Ledoux, who is a current member of our Imagination youth program. Would you like to come up? So representing Indigenous Solidarity, we're going to stand together on the stage as we hear a few minutes of reflection from these outstanding individuals.
Away, Jukalaks-Nugwa, Haishchakam-Nugwa. My name is Leona Humchik. I'm from the Haishchuk Nation of Bella Bella, BC. I'm part of the 2019 graduate from the Indigenous Clean Energy Leadership Program. And it's been a real honor to to be a part of such a wonderful program that uplifts the voices of Indigenous people. I remember coming to the Catalyst program from my little neck of the woods. I'm from the west coast of BC. We live on an island on the Pacific Ocean, God's pocket. But when we came together with other Indigenous people from across Canada, I quickly learned that we all have the same worldview, values, and principles, that we take care of the land, water, and resources, and it takes care of us. So it was a really eye-opener for us, and I just want to take this time to say that the impact that it's had on my life. I'm going to get emotional. Where's Chris? Chris, I love you so much. I love you. I love your vision. I love your passion for what you've done for Indigenous people across this land. You continue to work with us and for us, and you're there for us. And I just, I'm really excited about being able to come from such a wonderful organization that lifts our people, that gives us the opportunity to have Indigenous voices on the various platforms to lift us out of poverty and to Ekila Kansnala or protecting our world. So we've been doing that, and this capacity building program came at a pivotal time in my career. I just got through working 24 years at the local RCMP. I wanted to do something better for my people. We applied for the Indigenous Off-Diesel Initiative, and 2020 Catalyst program was part of the capacity building. And so the rest is history. I get to be on different platforms, locally, regionally, nationally, and now internationally. And I love you I love you so much, Chris. And let's not forget to just celebrate the love and support that we had from Aaron Stewart as well. And just want to thank James for your leadership and a wonderful week. Oh, wow, it was powerful. And to the MC for bringing such good energy. And I just wanted to report that I got a picture of the guy with the hickey. Wallace Gaska.
Is this working? Hello? Anin, everybody. Mercedes Sandy Indigenous Chimnasing Donjaba. My name is Mercedes Sandy, and I belong to the beautiful community of Bosley First Nation, also known as Chimnasing. We are located in southern Ontario on the southernmost tip of Georgian Bay. I just want to say that I am part of the Bring It Home Project Accelerator through ICE. So that's how I've learned about the ICE family in the community. And I also recently just joined the ICE Advisory Council. So really happy to be serving you guys. I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming out to the ICE gathering over the past few days. It has been an incredible experience connecting with so many inspiring individuals from diverse backgrounds, experiences within the clean energy space. The conversations, ideas, and the collaborations that have taken place are not only valuable, but they are essential for the future of our nations and communities. As we move forward in our journey towards self-determination and energy sovereignty, we are reminded of our sacred role as stewards of this land. It is both our duty and our responsibility to protect it for future generations, because the status quo is no longer working and serving us. As Indigenous people, we carry and know our truths, and we are the driving force behind clean energy initiatives across this country. Your presence here today is already creating change. Every connection made, every new piece of knowledge gained is a step forward. We are breaking down the silos that have divided us for too long. We all share a common vision. So let me ask you this one question. Why should we continue to paddle in separate canoes towards the same goal? Together in one canoe, we can move faster, stronger, and create greater impact. I want to leave you with this. Be the change you wish to see in your nations and communities. Everyone in this room is here to support you, to celebrate your achievements and victories, big or small. We as Indigenous people are born with gifts. One of those gifts is the ability to dream. Never stop dreaming, because dreams have the power to become reality. Thank you again for being here, for your passion, your commitment to a brighter, more energy efficient future. Together we are building something extraordinary. Chimi Gwech, Bama Pi, and wishing you all safe travels home.
Hola con todos, buenas tardes. Yo soy Yuri Wandinango desde Ecuador.
Hello to everyone, my name is Yuri Wandinango and I come from Ecuador.
Primero quiero saludar en mi idioma en honor a mis abuelos y a la Pachamamita.
First of all, I would like to greet you in my own language to honor my grandparents and Mother Earth.
Yupaychani nini tukuya kaipi kashkamanda, yupaychani nini kaiman kayamushkamanda, yukanchipa taytakuna, yukanchipa mamakuna, kaipichari paikunapa samay, wan paikunapa yuyay, wa kaipikarinchi tukuya tayta mamakuna kaiman kayamushkamanda. Shungumanda yupaychani nini kikinguna kaipi kashkamanda, kaipi alpamamita chaskishkamanda, pai.
Sorry, that was Quechua and I don't speak Quechua.
Yo voy a decir. Primero quiero saludarles, quiero agradecer a la Pachamamita, a los abuelos, por permitirnos estar aquí.
So I will do my own translation, she said. I first of all want to thank Mother Earth and to our ancestors for let us be here.
Quiero decir que es un regalo del universo que varias naciones indígenas estemos aquí ahora.
For me, it's a gift from the universe that we all from different First Nations, from different communities are here together now.
Quiero decir que es como estar sembrando una semilla de maíz que crecerá y dará frutos para trabajar en conjunto.
It's like putting one seed on the ground that will be growing together if we work on growing it together.
Bueno, ahora voy a decir lo que ha sido esta experiencia para mí. Para nosotros, estoy hablando desde la Amazonía ecuatoriana, desde los Andes ecuatorianos, aún nosotros no estamos hablando de la transición energética.
Now I will reflect a little bit what these days have meant to me. So for the Ecuadorian Amazon, for us people from the Ecuadorian Andes, we don't talk about energy transition yet.
Nosotros estamos viendo por los derechos de la tierra, el agua, nuestros propios derechos, el de poder estar en un estado.
So now we fight protecting our land, we fight to protect our water, and we fight for our own rights to be recognized by our own state.
Pero con las experiencias que he visto estos días, lo que he podido escuchar de hermanos de otras naciones,
but from the experiences that I have heard during these days, from the experiences that I have heard from other nations,
quiero decir que En todas las naciones la naturaleza está viva, todo está interconectado, todo tiene vida.
I just want to say that nature is alive. I also acknowledge that we are all connected. There's this interconnectedness that is there. And oh, that's it, sorry.
Por eso me parece muy importante que la transición energética tiene que ver a la naturaleza no solo para obtener dinero, sino para vivir todos en conjunto, porque somos parte de ella.
That's why I understood that to talk about energy transition is to talk about how do we see nature not as something like as an object just to take money from it.
Por eso, para nosotros, vamos de las experiencias que he escuchado el día de hoy aquí, vamos a interconectarnos con otras naciones para aprender de ellos de esta transición.
So that's why we intend to keep connecting with other nations so we can collaboratively work with others towards energy transition.
Por eso esto no hubiera sido posible, por eso quiero agradecer a ICE, a Chris, a Freddy, a ti mi querida, y a todos que han hecho posible por estar aquí, voces, mujeres, voces de la tierra, desde los Andes ecuatorianos y desde la Amazonía.
So I want to say thank you very much to Chris, Freddy, Paulina, myself, for making this possible and for letting us share with you different voices, you women that are working towards the protection of Mother Nature. So thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts, from the Ecuadorian Amazon and also from the Ecuadorian Andes.
También quiero agradecer a estas tierras por recibirnos y que podamos seguir caminando en conjunto como una sola nación indígena hacia esta gran vida que nos espera. Nos hemos unido y espero que este camino nos lleve lejos.
So I finally just want to thank to this land for welcoming us, and I hope that in the future we can work together as one nation, as we are one big indigenous nation all together. And I hope that all the bonding that we have worked on, all this connection that we feel today, keep us working together in the future.
Yupaychani Tukuyakunata. Muchas gracias desde el corazón.
Thank you very much from my heart to yours.
Tēnei koutou, ko Holly tōku ingoa, ko Onikainga tōku maunga, ko te Wairahi tōku awa, ko Parepare tōku moana, ko Whakapau Mahara tōku marae, ko Whānau Whireo tōku hapu, ko Ngāti Wai tōku iwi. Kia ora everyone, my name is Holly, I come from Aotearoa. I work for a company called Making Everything Achievable. What I just said before was acknowledging the lands around where my tribe is. So we always introduce ourselves with that, acknowledging the rivers, the ocean, the mountains, our meeting house, and our people. So I've written down a few things. So I'm part of the global delegation and I'm a youth here. So I've come here to learn. So one big thing that I really took away from this was Indigenous people care. We care so much more than how other people care. We care for the past, we care for the future, we care for things that have been here long before us, things that will be here long after us. And that was really solidified in what everyone was saying here on stage, but what I've heard since Monday. So that really empowered me and makes me feel so grateful to be a part of this, and the value of connection between Indigenous people is something that, thank you Chris for helping this come together and allowing me to be here, because it just really empowers my journey to continue uplifting Indigenous people. I was asked to talk about some few things I've learnt. In New Zealand we have renewable power, but we don't have Indigenous-owned renewable power. So I took some things away from Six Nations, how to be innovative when it comes to funding. We have very siloed ways of funding in New Zealand, so I've learnt some new ways of funding, which will be very, very helpful for us in New Zealand, in Aotearoa. So I'll be taking that home and sharing that. What Six Nations I learnt from them was the ability to create wealth that can go directly back into our Indigenous people, to things that are really important, things, housing, social, education, down to the basic needs of people. And this week it came to me that we all want the ability to dream. So to have the ability to dream, you need basics in life. You need warmth, you need water, you need your identity. And we are building that and we are contributing to that. But creating wealth within renewable, sustainable energies and aspects like that, we can allow our people to dream. They can have the things they need to be who they want to be and feel really strong in that. So I feel a big movement towards that. I feel it even more now. So that's definitely come home with me. Those are my main learnings. I mean, there's so much more. Our joint care for the land and water, especially water is life. I've heard that repeatedly throughout my time here. We speak that in New Zealand all the time, our care for water and our care for those who come after us. I don't want to take too long, so the last thing I just want to say is we are the leaders of this world now. As Indigenous people, the world needs us, and we will create a better future. So thanks for having me.
Tanse ni wago gamagantik na naskamao ni gan no tawino. Iwi mino ma ka kisagaw. Kaladu ni tasigo san. Maskego sagahi gan egwa mikasua tik o tinia. Egwa o kiskin wahamagan nehewi win. Good afternoon, all my relatives. I'd first like to thank Creator for giving us this day. My name is Kaladu, and I come from Muskeg Lake and Red Pheasant Cree Nations. But I live in Misaskatomanak, which is a Nehiyaw word that means place of many berries, and is the origin word for what is now called Saskatoon. And I'm a student of the Cree language. 2 years ago was the first time I ever introduced myself to a crowd of people in my native tongue. And I made a promise to myself that day that I will always try to encourage language revitalization when I get the opportunity like I do here today. I'm here today as a member of Cohort 2 for Imagination, and 5 years ago, I would have never seen myself in a position like this, sharing a bit of my story. And a lot of us in this room come from a variety of different experiences, traumas, issues, and problems. And when we face them, we must first understand who we are as Indigenous people. With that being said, I believe we all have a duty to try and preserve our native languages, because our connection to them ties into our identities, especially when it comes to land. Land is what brings us here today. I've come to understand that language and land are like peanut butter and jam, bannock lard and tea. Or should I say, neck bones and potatoes. But you get my point. They complement one another. But that's enough about me and language. Let me share some reflections of my time spent here already. The Indigenous Clean Energy Gathering is an annual event that unites energy leaders from across Turtle Island to foster discussions and partnerships aimed at a just energy transition. And it's done exactly that. the panelists, the breakout rooms, the speakers, the moderators, the master of ceremonies, the participants asking questions, and everyone else involved here has played a part in this energy transition. I'd like to give a big thanks to Chris for his vision, because I can now say I have friends across all of Turtle Island, from Labrador to BC. I've made connections here that will last a lifetime. I want to extend a big thank you to James and the ICE team, to Globe and Mail, and to everyone else who took part in making this summit happen. I'd like to give a big thanks to the director of my program, Aubrey Ann, for inviting me to share my thoughts. I graciously accepted because our youth voices are important. We need to feel empowered, and I definitely do. As I sit here today in this 5-star hotel with my moccasins on my feet, James is whispering, "Your reflection is complete." Exe pitama. That's it for now. There's no word in my language for goodbye. Only see you later. Moistas hai hai.
Chi miigwech, thank you so much for sharing those reflections. I appreciate it so much from hearing from all of you and everything that I've heard as well outside in the hallway. Chi miigwech for making those connections, and I really appreciate you coming up here and reiterating that and sharing that. So, miigwech.
James, I wanted to suggest giving everyone 2020 panelists that have graduated from that program the stand.
Would you like to?
Yes, please.
We're going to hear from Leona for just a moment.
I love hijacking the agenda. Just kidding. I wanted to take an opportunity for everybody in the room to recognize the reach and impact that the Indigenous Clean Energy Leadership Program has had, and I'd like every graduate from the 2020 Catalyst Program to please stand. Anyone? Let's give them all a great big round of applause. I can earnestly say that we all love each other, and the ripple effect that Chris's vision has had definitely ripples across the land. And I want to make one more shout out to my colleagues on the Indigenous Council for the Federal Government. Could you please stand too, please? There's Grant, there's Jordan, there's Alex, there's Kim. And I want to say, when I say the reach and impact that this program has, we are all graduates of the 2020 Catalyst program. So we continue to evolve and grow, and the ripple effect is still going. Chris, we love you so much. Gaska.
Thank you, Leona. So I'll share just a few words before we send everybody on our way with the traveling song. But before we do that, I just want to thank a few people, and it would be impossible to thank everybody that made this event happen. So I won't be doing everybody justice. Thank you to everybody that's come, that's watched online, that's made this possible. Thank you to the Globe and Mail. You've really gone the extra mile, been there, helped us contribute to an excellent event. And I'll just point out a few members of our ICE team that have really helped. Thank you, Kara Garneau, Ian Collins, and Alex Dreco for standing up, doing work. Ray Barrage, you really helped with the musical and cultural performances. Ali Metallic, who helped with the trade show. Alexandra Thompson, who kept all of the purse strings in order as we move forward with the event, and Freddie Campbell has really helped with the planning from the very early stages of the event. And Lena Ferrero and Bonnie Van Tassel have also been at the beginning planning stages, along with Melanie Curry and Mackenzie. And I want to give a final shout out to somebody that has really gone the extra mile, been there from since the beginning of the summer, working hand in hand with the Globe and Mail and with our team, really making so many things possible and making this smooth event flow the way you've seen it. So thank you, Danica Crow, for making this event fantastic. Thank you. So thank you, ICE team. We do have some gifts for you. So we heard some incredible parting words and reflections, so I won't go too long, but I do want to encourage everybody to think about what does that mean when we have a successful project, or that we're coming together and we're celebrating, whether it's this love that we're experiencing, this vision that we have for the future, and what does that mean? Because sometimes there will be moments where we feel challenged, and we'll want to remember that feeling that we had, because that is what drives us forward to do this work, and remembering those ancestors that did incredible work for us to be here where we are today, and remembering the meaning of what we're doing. So remember those moments of reflection when we think, look at what we've done, and it's time to think about what we'll do next and how we'll do it. That's going to serve us. So once again, Chimigwech, I really do appreciate seeing this many people on a Friday afternoon is absolutely wonderful, and we're going to hear from the drum again for a traveling song to send us on our way in a good way. Miigwech.
Bonjour. Miigwech. Miigwech Kinwaya. Boachuwe Wok. Mioma Maunjiding. Chikwajiging. Anishinaabe King. So we'd like to say thank you, everyone, for coming and visiting the Mississaugas of Credit First Nations territory. And Chimigwech Gajamanado, Ogimijang Gajamingoing, Joanimishnang, Mizewe Binojiag, Chimigwech Gajamanado, Joanimishnang, Widnad Moatge, Joanimishnang, Mababemat Disjik. Webene Minomia Nishkabian. Nimami Kwendam. I'd like to say thank you. We're going to close with a traveling song, and we tried to share a few words to ask the Creator to help everyone return safely back home. That you have a good trip back home. That's a safe one, and things are really good back like the way you left it when you went. And also, we also keep in mind one last prayer for children everywhere in the world, because they're the most affected by everything. So we'll just say those few words, and thank you again. And we're going to share a traveling song. Miigwech.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you know, it's that time of ceremony that makes things special, that reinforces things. And I'm going to ask you if you can, and if you can't, that's okay. But I'm going to ask you to rise and come on over to the outside. We're going to formulate a circle here to acknowledge each other in that circle, that strength, that unity. And I'm going to ask you to join hands. Join hands and make the best circle that you can, just like in school. Yep, you guys are in perfect space. We invite you to come on in. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this traveling song, it comes from our area back home. Originally, ladies and gentlemen, that traveling song that is now world-renowned as a traveling song, it originates from the Wajashkonigam First Nation with the Skeed family. You know, when the Skeed family, they had a loved one that was very sick. They had a loved one that they thought would not make it. They were told he wouldn't make it. And in dream and ceremony, that song came. Kingo Sha Nisha Wanjibimuseyan are the words in there. Kingo Sha Nisha Wanjibimuseyan. You're the reason why I walk today. You know, and today they use that in prayer because of the things that we carry, the things that we have, you know, in our daily lives, and we continue to do the work that we do. So this song is for your loved ones. This song is for your work. This song is for your communities and everybody back home. And during the song, I'm going to ask James, wherever he is, he's going to come down this line. The first push-up will be for you guys to pray for your families. You hold your hands. The second push-up, and I'm going to get James to start that. He's going to shake hands so we acknowledge one another, because we may not see each other again, but we hope that wherever you go, it'll be in a good way. Because whatever you take from here, ladies and gentlemen, I always say that at all the celebrations, everything I'm a part of, that you only take the good stuff home. You only take the good stuff home. Sometimes we carry negative feelings. For whatever reason, maybe my tea was not even hot. And that'll take me to the cleaners. But today we say, join hands. You know, let's create that unity that we all thrive. We need that. We need that. We're humans. So to our drum, anytime you're ready, traveling song, boys. Hey, hutcha, 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 huh.